Sean, for most of the TW, might switch to Druid. That sounds like a really good idea. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be swapping to Druid. I think there's going to be plenty of people that are going to be swapping to Druid. With all the upcoming changes. Yeah, man. Here, let me just start this up then.
So let's get right into it.
Housing.
Labyrinths.
WoW Classic.
BlizzCon.
So what does this all mean?
What does it mean?
This is going to be one for the ages.
Where's Medicine? Why don't they have him do this?
Protect home and bring harmony.
This fight is far from over, and Azeroth needs her champion now more than ever.
There's Medicine. I was gonna say, they couldn't do this without him.
Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you.
All right, big announcement. Wait till the end, they did good. All right.
Welcome to the State of Azeroth. When I was thinking about what the State of Azeroth actually means, I started to reflect on why we started doing annual updates in the first place. I remember in 2022 when we were in the twilight of the Shadowlands expansion and Dragonflight was about to launch. The Classic team was cooking on the Burning Crusade and prepping Wrath of the Lich King Classic. It was around this time that a new era emerged for the WoW team. One where we were rapidly evolving and storming toward the future with you on our minds. We created what we call the Live Team to not only support a new 8-week patch cadence, but also noodle on experimental gameplay in modern WoW. This led to Mists of Pandaria Remix, Legion Remix, Plunderstorm, Overcharged Delves, and more. This energy allowed us to be more confident, more committed, and more excited than ever before for both modern and classic WoW. And it led us to share our first ever long-term roadmap to bring us closer to the community that inspires us. Our confidence and commitment since those days has not wavered, and we will continue to share our plans. So what does this all mean? Then and now. It means you are the spark that lights our way. The Warcraft universe has lived for 3 decades because of players who make it meaningful and who give us the opportunity and creative energy to make even more of it. Today, we're on the cusp of the Midnight expansion, and we're excited for the stories that will be told, the memories made, and the triumphs we will earn together as we defend our world once again. Light versus Void has been ever present in WoW, and we will charge into the fray with the Heronir and Devourer Demon Hunters by our side. The Campaign of Midnight is the kind of story that will find your heart, whether you've just joined us in Azeroth, been with us the entire 21 years, or somewhere in between. Together, we will experience all that Midnight has to offer as we work our way toward the 3rd and final installment of the World Soul Saga, called The Last Titan. We will learn what it means to carry loss and still move forward. Heroism isn't perfection. It's a winding road of choices we make when things are hardest. And when our idea of the world is shattered, our notion of home will be paramount. There must be time for rest, creativity, and community.
It's a cute transition.
In short, housing. You've been asking for this feature since the early days of WoW. We wanted to build it, and we knew it had to live up to 20 years of hopes and dreams. And on top of that, whatever housing started with, it had to be poised to grow and evolve over many years and be guided by our players. And here we are, with player housing about to enter full release
die system is
with the
clutch.
Midnight expansion. During housing early access, you have absolutely blown our minds. In the first 2 weeks alone, you all spent over 4 million hours in your houses and neighborhoods. That's over
in 2 weeks.
450 years.
That's crazy.
And you placed over 14 million decor items in that time. The most gold has been spent on the secretive bookcase wall, of course, because who doesn't love a secret door? I always say, never underestimate players. And thank you for proving me right over and over again. It's been a beautiful reminder that everyone enjoys Azeroth in their own way. And on that note, we want to see even more of that creativity. We recently announced the launch of Azeroth Interiors, which is our Midnight Renovation Challenge. This is a global invitational for WoW creators and community members who are competing in a battle unlike anything we've ever seen before. Instead of swords and shields, their weapons are mood boards, boundless creativity, and finesse with our tools. So head over to your favorite creator channels and check out their concepts for what they will be building over the next month.
Flexed on you, Vorky.
Over time, our updates to housing will be driven by what you want and what you need to make your dreams real as you continue to explore, imagine, and push the tools to their limits. We'll have more about the updates you can expect in housing in a few moments. If you've played WoW before, one of the coolest parts about housing when you open up your inventory for the first time is to see all the housing items you've collected without even knowing it because of achievements you got in past expansions. It's like a trip down memory lane.
And then you gotta buy
And
them.
speaking of memories, let's talk about WoW Classic. Over the past 6 years, I really can't believe it's been 6 years.
When do they skip WoW
Classic
Classic?
has been an expression of love for the early years of WoW and bringing it to you in a variety of flavors. Between our hardcore seasonal and progression realms, you've shown us the on-guide your friends and family after a long day or when you need an escape. Let off steam by conquering a boss, role-playing, mag and more are coming later this year too. We also launched seasonal Titan Reforged realms in Classic for our players in China. Why? Not only are our audiences between modern and Classic unique, but so are our WoW players in China. We made those realms for them, based on how they play. And that's not all we're cooking up. I can say with confidence that all Classic players across the globe have a lot to look forward to. I'm really excited to announce that... I guess we'll save that for later. So, back to
Classic
where I
boss.
began. What is the state of Azeroth? It's alive, in all its forms, incredibly vibrant and getting brighter. And we plan to keep it that way with your help and guidance as we listen to your feedback and act on it. Soon you will see us launch surveys in games so we can get your thoughts and feedback. Listening to you is our commitment. We mean it, and we aim to keep proving it.
Interesting. So that seems like those surveys about like the extra classes and like the fourth specs and stuff like that are confirmed. Is this Amelia? I think it is.
We want to give you the place, space, and tools to play how you want to play and live how you want to live in Azeroth. That's our North Star.
Greasy?
We want our humble universe to be the place you go to when you have a bit of free time, when you need to recharge alongside your friends and family after a long day, or when you need an escape.
Thanks,
Let off
Scavenger.
steam by conquering a boss,
Thanks, I'm
role-playing, now decorating, mogging, PvPing, exploring, whatever. A fantasy home in every sense, where strangers become friends and friends become neighbors. And we have a plan to help those of you looking for your people, those players who enjoy the same things in WoW that you do. We're calling it the WoW Ambassador Program, which is all about the community helping the community, as it often does. This is less about us and more about you, a bit of an experiment to help connect you with players and communities that are filled with others who play how you play, or how you want to play. Our ambassadors are helpful friends from within our very own WoW community, and you can check out our website for more details.
Isn't this like the Sprout thing from like Final Fantasy? But I thought they added that in WoW already. I'm interested in this too because one of the biggest things that helped WoW blow up in like the early days, like before I even played, was that there was no like social media, you know? There was no social media, so you would log into your guild to have like an instant messenger chat, right? You know, you had like AIM and IRC channels and stuff like that, like way back in like early days of WoW. So it seems like they're trying to like cook that up again and like bring it back, I guess. That's interesting. Yeah, can we get a melee Mistweaver?
As you know, community is our mainstay. And in the era of housing, we wanted to do what we can to support those who need more than pixels when it comes to having a place to live. This year, we're excited to be partnering with Habitat for Humanity with a charity pet pack that we hope, with your support, will help provide safety and shelter to families in need of affordable homes.
Oh, you know what would be sick? Is if they found a WoW player who was in need of a home, and then they built them a home, and then they made it look like a WoW house. That would be sick. I'm sure the HOA would hate that, but that would be sick, you know? Yeah.
Habitat for Humanity has helped
Here's
more
your
than
coon room.
65 million people globally. This charity pet pack includes the adorable Rufus, who will be available in both modern
go.
and classic WoW. Rufus loves to build, something you'll see in action if he's left idle for too long. Those of you who play modern WoW will also get a doghouse, a bowl, and a bed. We're incredibly excited to be
go.
supporting Habitat for
Smart.
Humanity this year, and we'll have more information to share about how you can bring Rufus home soon.
Yeah. Habitat for Humanity's goated. I did like all my service hours in like high school there. That owns. That's a good charity.
As always, you are our heroes, our heartbeat, and our gratitude is everlasting.
And our tormentors with bad feedback.
I'll see you at BlizzCon 2026, and of course, at home in Azeroth.
All right. The real stuff. Retail.
Hey everyone, and thank you, Holly. I'm Ian Hazikostas, Game Director for World of Warcraft.
Yes,
I want to start off by saying thank you, as always, to our community for your continued passion, for the time you put into this world, and for your boundless creativity. It has been so amazing seeing so many folks jump into housing over the last couple of months. I'll be talking more about this later, but I just wanted to start out by saying, on behalf of everyone who had any part in bringing housing to life, that we are simply in awe of what you've already created.
The pool
We knew
table
you'd
or
make
the,
incredible homes, but the
pool.
community response has just blown away our expectations.
That one's sick.
There simply is no World of Warcraft without you, our community. We are honored to be a part of this world and humbled to be the caretakers of something that has remained so special and so important to so many people for so long. Today, I'd like to share with you a bit of what we're up to with World of Warcraft, in terms of the right now present stuff, the fast approaching launch of Midnight, and a small peek at some of the bigger things that we have planned for 2026.
He looks and talks like an android. Well, it's like PR speak, because you know how I'm like really relaxed right now and I'm just kind of like yapping. Yo, Vorky, thank you for the 47 months and the Prime. Let's go. I mean, this is what they train people to do in like media speak, is you want to be engaged and you want to make sure that you're focusing on stuff. And so I'm changing my tone of voice and I'm being a little bit more excited and I'm like sitting up straight. It's just like PR talk. No, they have passion for the game. I have passion for the game, but like you see, I'm relaxed and I'm just chilling right now and I'm in, you know, chill mode. When you're presenting, and like they trained us when we have commentated over the years. Like I've done, I don't know, 8 years of commentary or something like that. Like they tell you, like, stand up straight, sit up straight, make sure you enunciate, you know, all that kind of stuff. Right? Yeah, there's like a psychology behind it. You need to look engaged, you need to look excited, you need to have your hair done, you need to have you actually have to have makeup on, because if you like look tired, then like people are going to think you're not engaged or not know what you're talking about or all that other kind of stuff, right? So like that's just what you have to do whenever you're presenting this kind of stuff. That's just part of like, you know, PR and whatnot. Because if they like didn't do his hair, didn't do like makeup, you know, he's just in a hoodie and just chilling, and he's like, yeah, we're doing this and yeah, we're doing that, like it would be like, oh my god, like they're not professional, or like this isn't as interesting. It's like a psychology. It's like when McDonald's has like red and yellow, and like red makes you want to buy stuff and like red makes you hungry. It's all that kind of stuff going on.
Now, obviously, I can't go too far into all the details, especially
See, where he's like, obviously, I can't go into too far of the details. He like enunciates 3/4 into each sentence so that he kind of like wakes you up. So instead of going, this is how I'm talking all the time as to what's going on, he's like, this is how I'm talking all the time, making sure you're staying focused. You know, it just kind of goes up and it goes down. That's just kind of how you have to speak and like present properly.
with so many of our plans tied up in story spoilers and us wanting to keep some surprises. But we think there is a ton to look forward to for all residents of Azeroth in the year ahead.
We think there's a ton to look forward to for all residents in Azeroth, right? He's changing the inflection to emphasize words. Yeah. I'm saying something, motherfuckers. Go to BlizzCon, get some drinks in them. Well, then you'll see. Yeah.
So let's get right into it.
See?
As we stand here today, we are just over a month from launching Midnight and getting the game into your hands. The team is working hard to polish up the last details of the expansion, iron out bugs, refine features, and just overall get this thing ready for you to dive into in March.
So, see? He's like fixing bugs, refining features, and it goes, it's a staccato. It's like dot, 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 you know? And so he's like refining bugs, designing features, you know, and that way every single time it's like emphasizing it.
But between now and then, there's still plenty to do and see in WoW today. We are kicking off the Midnight pre-launch event called Twilight Ascension.
It's not lying, and he's definitely reading a script. Like, why would you not have a script for all of the information you're presenting? It's not lying, you're just emphasizing your points to present your information better. He's literally given a speech. You're literally giving a speech. You know, like whenever I make videos, I make like an outline. I usually don't write an entire script. So it also helps. So it's a little bit more like free form and I can kind of go on little rants and stuff. But like, there's a very different way that I presented this morning's video. Like this morning's video that I made, I just like turned the camera on and I just recorded. But if you go back to the easiest, hardest healers video I made, then that is outlined. I don't run a script, but I just have an outline and I'm like, this healer is like blah, 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 blah. This healer is like blah, 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 blah. And you just kind of go, 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 go. Yeah, this is just media training and presentation and stuff. I use Dander's frames, Phil, for healing. All right, let's continue.
This event will run until Midnight's launch on March 2nd.
Yeah.
This is where the stakes start to crystallize, and the threat we face begins to take real shape, and the void makes itself felt in our world. This is a repeatable event in which you'll join Magister Umbric and Grand Magister Ramath in their efforts to keep the Twilight's Blade at bay at locations around the world. You'll be killing rares, completing world quests, and defeating bosses as you earn limited time rewards like pets, mounts, transmogs, and of course, some fresh housing decor for your home.
I was gonna say, chat,
the 12.0
is there good decor from this event? I know the event's kind of cringe, but is there actually like good decor out of it? Was I ever a Toastmaster? No, but my mom was. I was so shy as a kid that my parents like forced me to order food at the table. They forced me to like go into public speaking and all this other kind of stuff. Like I was like, I mean, I am pretty introverted already, but they were like, you're not gonna do that. We're gonna go the opposite direction, and we're gonna like make you get used to public speaking. So they super hard nipped that in the bud. There's a Blood Elf chair, a chase, and a lamp. It's not bad, but likely available after the event. Okay, not a huge deal then. Mount you get from the currency is kind of cool. Okay. Oracle Disc and pre-patch with shielding on CD? No, and you also want to run Shield Discipline. Yeah. Always got to make sure you're running Shield and Discipline. Enjoy more freeform talks. Not this is bad. It's what you would expect from a big company. He doesn't leave himself leeway to say something stupid, which is a good thing. Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to do. Seems to have worked because of my job streaming. Yeah. Well, in some ways, Pwn, right? Because on the one hand, yeah, I'm like public speaking. And then on the other, I'm just sitting in my room talking to myself. So you can go either way if you think about it.
The patch that recently went live also includes a ton of the new features and improvements that are tied to Midnight.
Yeah, Silent.
Demon Hunters out there can get started playing the new Void-themed Devourer range specialization. Or Void Elf Demon Hunters can be unlocked with a short quest line. Some of the baseline systems improvements and updates that went live include our new Transmog 2.0 system, which includes situational outfit swapping, an improved UI, and finally, slot-based transmog, so you don't have to constantly re-transmog every time you get an upgrade.
Neat.
For players new to PvP, learn the ropes in the training grounds. Expanding and revamping the idea found in Compstomp, players will join a battle against smarter game-controlled opponents in Arathi Basin, Silver Shard Mines, and Battle for Gilneas. Also kicking off this week is the...
This is crazy because I see so many PvPers really upset about the changes to classes, and they're like, oh my god, they removed so much crowd control, this is the worst. And then Blizzard's kind of like projecting that like, we're trying to get people into PvP because this shit's complicated. All right.
Winds of Mysterious Fortune, a limited time event where XP and reputation gains are boosted across the board, especially reputation.
Neat.
We think this is another great way to get caught up ahead of midnight, whether it's leveling an alt to join the fray or fast-tracking some of those rep-based decor items that you've been chasing. And as part of this celebration of midnight, we are granting a special limited-time Dark Portal decor item to every player with an active WoW subscription who logs in between now and the launch of the expansion.
That's it? Just log
Finally,
in?
Welcome Back Weekend also starts today. If you're not currently subscribed to WoW, but you've had a subscription in the past,
Hey,
from
W.
now until February 1st, you can explore the WoW base game for free up to level 80, including all level up content, pre-launch events, the recent system updates I've been talking about, a
They need to do this
completely
more.
overhauled returning player experience, and more than 20 years of Azeroth's world and story. We are so excited about Midnight and all that's been going on with WoW, and we really want to make sure that we're making it easy for you to come check it all out.
Yeah, they gotta do more free weekends. Yeah, maybe even a
The
week
level cap
scavenger,
is, of course,
true.
increasing to 90, and you'll be leveling through 4 new and reimagined zones, full of new questing content, both campaign chapters as well as local stories, and additional chapters waiting for you at max level.
Silver Moon looks absurdly good. No, I mean, you want to like make it easier to let people into the game and like get them into the game and stuff.
Midnight is introducing 8 new dungeons, 11 new delves, and a new delve companion, Valera, as well as the praise system to add a layer of depth, challenge, and intrigue to your outdoor world gameplay. We have new PvP features coming in Midnight, like the new epic battleground Slayer's Rise, which also exists as an outdoor world space for those of you who prefer world PvP in war mode. You can also spend some time in the Arcantina, a mystical tavern where you can rub elbows with some big names in WoW lore, learn more about them, and complete quests on their behalf. Now, a couple of weeks after launch, Season 1 will kick off in full. That update will pull the story forward through a host of new content. First off, we have the 6-boss raid, the Void Spire, that really is going to be the beginning of a capstone to the story that we're telling at the start of Midnight. We're also going to have a smaller 1-boss raid called the Dream Rift, as well as 4 new world bosses in the outdoor world. As we kick off our seasons, we're going to have a new pool of Mythic Plus dungeons, 4 new Midnight dungeons, along with 4 updated Legacy dungeons, our new Delve season, and of course a new PvP season where you can test your skills and earn cutting-edge rewards. And with the training grounds I mentioned earlier, hopefully there'll be a smoother on-ramp into PvP for those who are trying to get into the ecosystem for the first time. Now, a couple of weeks after that, we're also going to have a 3rd raid zone, the March on Caldenas, a new 2-boss raid that really caps off this initial chapter of the Midnight story and brings us closer to what will come next. The addition of story mode to World of Warcraft has made it so that any player can experience these moments for themselves, and we want to continue to lean in, giving you ways to live the story of Azeroth no matter how you choose to play. Whether you want to jump in and tackle raids, do delves, or just hang out in the Arcantina and have a chat. Our goal, as always, is to give you lots to do and tons to choose among, and we can't wait to see how you choose to adventure across the unfolding story of Midnight.
The staggered raid release is not that much. It's like Dream Rift and Void Spire on normal and heroic. You do that first, and then you do the next week unlocks. Yeah, so it's like the 1 boss raid and the 6 boss raid, normal and heroic, and then it goes that same raid mythic the next week, and then the 3rd week is the 2 boss raid. Oh, is it not, Robin? Oh. My bad.
As I said
showing.
earlier, we have been utterly overwhelmed by your creativity and your ingenuity during housing so far, and of course, by your feedback. As Holly said, we want you to help us build this feature together. We want to hear more of what you're interested in, more of what's working and what's not working, and your feedback is directly informing the decisions we make. You've already seen some quality of life improvements go live over the last couple of months, but we're keeping a close eye on housing to continually improve the feature from every angle, whether we're talking about economy adjustments, UI updates, or all new functionality. We want to keep finding opportunities to support the creative expression that you invent, like making it easier to float your house, for example.
There's like 10 minutes left for this video, but then afterwards, yeah, we're going to test Pally. We're going to test Pally. We're going to test out some other healers. Yeah. We actually know what's going to be considered Hall of Fame CE. I think everything has a Hall of Fame, yeah. I think everything does. The Chain Harvest Conglomerate. So World First is going to be fine because World First is going to start in the second week. So you're going to have a heroic week, the way you usually do, where normal and heroic is out for 2 of the raids. And then that second week is going to be bringing out the mythic version of those 2 raids. And then the third week is bringing out normal, heroic, and mythic of the 3rd raid. So it should be about a 2-week World First anyway. So it's fine.
Right off the bat, there's a couple of things we already have in mind. We've heard from many of you that your cozy creation doesn't quite feel complete without the ability for some of your companion pets to wander around it and get into trouble. So we want to offer the ability to place those pets there, as well as showcasing more of your cosmetic collections in general. Like, for example, being able to hitch a couple of your favorite mounts up in your yard outdoors. We're working on delivering that as well. We've also seen and heard that as you're expressing that boundless creativity and maybe making something like, say, a grand piano that you cobble together from a dozen different decor pieces, it can be frustrating when you realize that you have your grand creation, but it's not quite in the spot you want it to be in, and you want to move it just a few feet over to the side.
Yeah.
Right now, you pretty much have to deconstruct and reconstruct the thing to do that. Well, we want to make it so that you can just click and drag, mass select the multiple pieces, and move them over. While we're at it, let's also have the ability to copy and paste. So if you want to have a few of those grand pianos, you can just copy, paste, 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 and there you go. Speaking of
that's genius. They're like, yeah, it's so cool they made a grand piano, but it's a bitch to move it. But also, what if you want to have 5 grand pianos? We don't care. That's a good point.
Copying and pasting. We've also heard from many of you that as you're browsing these amazing creative designs that your fellow players are coming up with, you wish that it would be easier to just grab them and import them as a starting point for your own experimentation. Or maybe you've cooked up something that you're really proud of and you want to share it with your friends or the community at large. So we're working on creating import and export codes for easy sharing and exchanging of your house designs.
I need this. I need this so bad. I need a housing interior decorator designer for WoW. So bad.
Along the way, to give you even more freedom in what you can do, you're going to see decor budgets, both for interior and exterior placement, continue to increase. Some of that is the product of things we're learning about technical limits on the system, but also just a desire to give ongoing progression as you're able to level up your house more and more.
I'll pay somebody
That's
in
some
gold
of the
for
stuff
it.
we're working on. Definitely not a complete list, but we're keeping an eye on bigger things for housing as well. Once neighborhood endeavors go live with Midnight launch, we'll be paying very close attention to just how they liven up your neighborhoods and how you interact with them to determine how best to support the things you want to see from that feature going forward. All of this is just the ground floor for housing in World of Warcraft. This is the foundation of a feature that we want to be a reflection of your life and times in Azeroth, and we're serious about expanding it and improving it alongside you in the years to come. So again, thank you so much for your passion and your feedback so far. Keep telling us what you want from housing, and we will keep listening, and we will keep it coming. Now, it's time to get into the content updates you can look forward to beyond the launch of Midnight. We have a few things to share today, starting with more specific plans, and then getting a bit more vague as we move later into the year with details to follow. So first off, shortly after Midnight's
launch, 4 new zones, Midnight Campaign, Level Cap, Harrenir, Prey, 10 Delves, 8 Dungeons, 3 Raids, 1205, Void Assaults, I guess that's going to be like invasions, Prop Hunt, which is where you like disguise yourself as like chairs and stuff, 1207 story quests, void assaults again, escalation, new raid, turbulent timeways. Before BlizzCon, which is in September 12th, before BlizzCon, you will do 12-1, Season 2, new zone, new raid, dungeons, delves, world boss, housing, and UI updates. 12-1-5 after BlizzCon, I don't know what Labyrinth is, but a new raid, new content systems, whatever that means. 12-1-7, turbulent timeways, standalone mode, holiday updates, story and quest.
Launch. Patch 1205 will hit our public test realm.
4 raids.
This update finds us in the immediate aftermath of those Season 1 raids, which, would you believe, didn't quite fully resolve the threat that Xal'atath poses to Azeroth. And so we're going to see void assaults begin to pop up across the outdoor world. These will bring new enemies for us to fight, new reasons to rally to defend Azeroth, and of course, new rewards along with it. On the lighter side, we're also going to be adding a prop hunt-inspired event as a small diversion from this pitched battle raging between the light and the dark. In this event, you're going to queue up and find yourself on a team facing off against another small team of 5 in a location like Silvermoon City or the Alliance and Horde neighborhoods, where one team uses enchantment and illusion to disguise themselves cleverly as innocuous props and try to hide in the environment, while the other team tries to seek them out.
That's fun.
This event is
really
not going to do much when it comes to beating back the Void and saving Azeroth, but it is a way to find some fun in the face of an ever-present, ever-growing threat.
Oh my god, I hope that they do this and you can like it's not like a solo queue, but you could just queue up like 10 people at once. Oh my god, that would be so much fun. Yo, what's up, George? Appreciate it, bro. So labyrinths are like mega delves. Why is your item rack add-on not working after the pre-patch? Might not be supported, honestly. Oh, I got so many coming. Appreciate you, dude. It's gonna be hard for streamers. Well, I'd have to be on the like the find team. You know, I'd have to like find people. I couldn't be like the hider. But that would be sick. You get like 10 people together or like 9 people together with a streamer, and then you just play hide and seek. That would be sick.
Our next small update, 1207, brings a further escalation of these void assaults, but also a standalone one-boss raid.
Ooh.
We're excited to get away from the idea of raids being consigned to just these massive twice-a-year updates, and we want to lean more into the flexibility of matching the content that we offer to the narrative and just fun opportunities that we see to tell stories of different shapes and sizes.
Finally.
All of this brings us to the first major Midnight content update, 12.1. Now, I can't reveal the name, setting, or really much of anything specific about this update yet, but I can share that 12.1 will bring with it a large new outdoor questing space full of max-level content, a new raid, and of course new seasons, so an updated Mythic Plus dungeon pool, new PvP and delve rewards, and the continued refinements and expansion that you'd expect from a major content update in WoW. This patch is also going to bring an overhaul of our friend system that makes it easier for you to keep up with friends you have and make new friends along the way. Next up comes 12.1.5, which brings with it an all-new content type.
Another raid.
We've seen how passionately the community has taken to delves, and we want to support this with even more flexibility and experimentation. For those of you who love delve gameplay, but wish there were something a little more than the bite-sized experiences we currently offer, we are adding a new feature that we're currently calling labyrinths. These are inspired by mega dungeons in a sense, and labyrinths are large, sprawling delve experiences that you can tackle all at once or just a bit at a time.
Yeah, I just focus on healer content. This is a huge room. This is enormous. Ready to be at World first, then fly to BlizzCon? Yeah, the timing's gonna be tight. I like these one boss raids. I feel like we've been asking for it forever, you know? But I'm surprised that like delves are getting these new systems, raids are getting more support, but there's not really any new change going on for M+.
Depending on your schedule and preference. They're going to have a different form and reward structure than you're used to seeing in your delves, but they will keep the core elements of exploring and besting foes alongside your trusty delve companion. Beyond that, and also in 12.1.5, we are planning another small one-boss raid in this window. Unlike the raid in 12.07, which is more of a standalone thing, this raid is going to be a direct continuation of Midnight's narrative, bridging us and setting the stage for the next major update in the following year, which we'll talk about down the line.
Oh, did you guys hear that? So they're having this like spore boss in what 1205, 1207, right? In season 1. That's just gonna be kind of like a throwaway boss, like, you know, kind of keep you interested in stuff. And it's just be kind of whatever. But they said the season 2 raid boss, the one boss or raid or whatever, is gonna be like a setup for the next story. That'd be kind of sick. I mean, they're not like a full-fledged raid, right? Yeah, I get it, but like, I like that they're doing these one boss raids. I think it's a really good thing.
Later in the year, we also have a new standalone event coming from the same group of mad scientists who brought you game modes like Plunderstorm or Remix. We'll have more to share on this as we get closer to the date, but this is going to be another separate standalone mode that exists alongside the core World of Warcraft loop.
Like, we need something else in between seasons instead of just releasing everything at the start and then everyone kind of consumes it as fast as possible, and then 2 months later everyone's bored, right? How could we not be excited about these one boss raids? We need this kind of stuff.
And all of this, of course, is going to be accompanied by the steady, fast flow of content that you're used to seeing. Holiday updates, events like Turbulent Timeways, and much more. We want to keep moving at the live service pace you've come to expect since Dragonflight, and that we've continued through the War Within, making sure there's always something new and exciting on the horizon.
Neat.
Now that's the big stuff we have to share right now. But there's still way more to come in Midnight and in World of Warcraft as a whole, and we can't wait for you to see it. We also have this little thing called BlizzCon coming up in just under 8 months. And while I can't say too much today, what I can say is that this is going to be one for the ages. We really hope to see you there and to show you some of how we're thinking about the next 20 years of everything Warcraft. You're not going to want to miss this one. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to every single member of this community for being a part of the journey with us.
Thank you guys.
But before we go, however, I just want to share one last thing. We know the Void and Xalatath are dark threats, and that the stakes are high, and the tone of Midnight can be dire. But we also never want to forget that Azeroth is, for all of us, home. It's a place of light, community, family, and friends. This is a world that could warm the heart of even the Prince of Darkness.
Is it like a Diablo thing? Ooh. Oh. Oh, is it gonna play the music? Oh, I might have to mute for the music then. Oh, those are some big eyes.
Yes, 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 yes. Woo!
Oh. I might have to mute for the song, because otherwise YouTube will, like, copy strike me or something like that. Yeah. It's a housing commercial. That's a kind of sick housing commercial. This is a great trailer. Just hum over it. No, my humming's too good as well. Dude, they made the Blood Elves have ginormous eyes. And they have the flamingos in the yard. Like a trillion of them. That's kind of sick. Oh, it dropped like the Hearthstone on the table too. That's cute. Yeah, YouTube gets annoying. Oh, dude, they even had a picture. They had a picture on the table there. That would be insane if they let you take like a selfie or something like that, and then like put it as a picture on your desk and everything. I'm a main priest in season 1, Josh. Yeah. Dude, look at the expressions, man. Their animations are insane. That would be a good selfie patch, though. Bag, thank you for the new sub. Yeah, look at how cozy that is. Yeah. The disc-change nerfs were, like, slight. You know, they're not massive. But it's still unfortunate that they're nerfing Smite. I have a video about it that I just had coming out today. That's kind of sick. All right, so W changes for raids. W changes for Delver gamers. W housing stuff. I'm still kind of like scratching my head as to why they're not doing anything for M+. There's not any sort of like big systemic change coming around for M+. The healers I think is most fun to play. Priest, both holy and disc. I think are like super fun to play. I think Pally was fun. We're gonna see how it goes now. I don't know. We'll see. I have my Crusader strike. I do. Go. Kind of big M plus changes. I'd like to see some kind of better systemic change to just how the overall system works. I mean, why aren't they adding, like, it's the biggest thing that comes to my mind is adding a challenge mode kind of system that gets implemented in the 0.5 or 0.7 patch to kind of add some extra hype to playing the game. I think that stuff's like really, really important to me personally. Because like you want to have some additional reason to be playing the game for an entire season. And I think that's where like M plus gets pretty stale pretty fast. And they have to do, you know, something about that. I think you could have a solo queue up to like 12s, but I would not want to have a solo queue go any further than that. I think if you make a solo queue system go further than that, it's going to be not good. Because like, if you think about it, if you've ever played on... Oh, interesting. That's what it is. If you've ever played on EU, Europe kind of has a solo queue system where like people no voice, they just queue up as a they queue up and you know it's just very very quick bang bang bang. Nobody talks to each other. You know, people get upset if you make any sort of like little mistake or something along those lines. And I don't know, it's not really that good for like the community, I feel. EU is terrible, pug hell. Yeah, exactly. It would just be more of that. Hey, Sonny. Hey, Ash. So, I mean, I would be on board with a solo queue that ends at 12. Yeah, I don't want to have anything further than that. Oh, I read it, Sven, but not out loud. That's how I get you. Where's the dummies? There it is. It's not all bad. I'm not saying it's like awful. I'm just saying like EU basically kind of institutes a self solo queue type system. And it doesn't really do much of anything to kind of help people interact with each other and build community. And what they're really doing, it seems like with housing, is they're trying to be like, hey, we realize people need to like have community to keep on playing the game, you know? And so we want to make sure we can find other ways to build community. That's what I'm angling towards. They want to see how the recent M plus changes hit first. Did they really? Like, what changes, though? I don't know. I feel like they played it really safe in Dragonflight and War Within with M plus. Yeah, definitely like a solo queue for M0s. That would be sick. That would actually be really sick. The timing requirements for getting ports go into 20s? No, still 10s. So it's like, they've made it really, really easy on the low end. We're actually about to try Pally, Michael. Just about to get started. Coping for turbo boost to be that challenge mode, which you want, like something to keep people playing. Yeah, but you just get more eye level. I know what you mean. I think you're correct, and that's what their intention was, but it doesn't really do anything. It just kind of, you know, keeps you on the treadmill a little longer. I think the State of Azeroth was cool. I'm a little disappointed there's not anything for Plus coming around. I think it's kind of confusing at times when, like, players have asked for mini raids for a long time. And they're like, nah, we can't do that. And then they're like, yeah, we're doing this. I'm like, okay. All right, I guess so. I think that they're a little too afraid of having a bad M plus season and it turning people off. But I really think that they should use the second season of an expansion as like their guinea pig. And they should do really radical changes. Played it safe. What are you talking about? They removed affixes. Yeah, they played it safe. What? They used to take big risks with making big seasonal affixes that made the entire dungeon feel enormously different. And now instead, you're just playing the dungeon, which is fine. I'm not saying they should bring seasonal affixes back, but also it doesn't seem like there's any other innovation. Fellowship is a game that's a standalone Mythic Plus game, and it has added 4-player dungeons with guaranteed loot, even if you deplete. There's a lot more, I guess, boss mechanics that a team has to figure out together. There's different patterns of damage and trash mobs that do different things. There's different boss mechanics by a pretty sizable margin. There's a lot more focus on like gemming, min-maxing gear, a longer sort of treadmill of survivability. And like they just found nothing that they could steal from Fellowship and add into WoW. They had way different affixes as well in Fellowship. Yeah, I mean, Fellowship's lost some momentum. But again, that doesn't go into my point. My point is like this whole game came out, which is basically just M+ reloaded. And Blizzard found nothing they could learn from that. That doesn't sound right. Yeah. Heard they're going to crack down on boosting at midnight. We'll see. Blizzard talks a lot of game, you know? That sounds like a lot of talk so far. Took them 20 years to figure out housing. I mean, housing's pretty damn good, man. Housing's pretty damn good. Well, I agree. Implementing new stuff takes time. And I would really hope that they would use the second season of expansion, which historically is usually the weakest season, right? I would hope that they would use that for like their petri dish to experiment and try stuff. And if like it's a bad season, like, okay, well, there's not as many people playing anyway. You know, you can reverse some of the changes, stuff like that, you know? Fellowship died off fast. They probably got scared to implement anything. I think that Fellowship died off in part because of not having a sustained end game for people to progress through. And a lot of people who were getting told, like, hey, just use their Discord to use as an LFG stand-in was not sufficient, you know? I think that's a lot of the problem. Not like... What I'm trying to say is that there's features from a game like Fellowship and like the affix differences and just the general gameplay differences that they just couldn't find anything to yoink from. Like Fellowship is going to be seasonal. It's going to have ups and downs. It's not a game that's built like WoW where it has, you know, an entire MMO built around it and you can do other stuff when you don't want to do keys. It's just doing keys all the time. So it's going to, you know, rise and fall. Yeah. Took them 20 years to get here. It's the point of mini raids and people have been waiting for years because everything takes so long. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're looking forward to new HPAL? Me too, man. And now I got to re-record a whole section on HPAL. Because I was recording it for my tier list, and I was like, I know this is controversial, but I really like it. And then they changed it, so I gotta redo that recording before I post my M+ tier list. Yeah. Oh, man. Alright, so from what I was reading, though, Paladins were talking about not using Crusader Strike and just using more Flash. And so I want to try that. I don't know, Lakey. I don't know. People are beginning to talk. So I want to see if there's any sort of difference I would have for a build. Yeah. I want to see if there's anything else I could or should be taking. Because, yeah, consuming infusion gives me... or shock. You advocated for Crusader Strike for mana, no holy power building, not this. Well, you got us into this, Miss Lakey. It's time for you to get us out. Really glad they updated Manatee. That's sarcastic, right? What call some people? Yeah, you do that. You do that. Get on it. Okay, I think the talents are fine. Oh, did they really? Okay, I just like didn't see this change, Red Die. I just didn't see this change. All right, let me go to the bathroom real fast, and then we ride. All right, plus 20%. So you just get more stacks of tea. Is that what it is? Or each stack you consume gives you more mana? More mana per stack. Oh, neat. Okay, yeah, I just like didn't see that change. Yeah. Can be posted about the ambassador program? I'm sure they will soon. I'm sure they will soon. All right, quick bathroom break. and then I'm gonna get some more tea, and then we ride. All right, BRB. Alrighty, let's ride. Let's do it. Time to test ol' Holy Pallor. Kind of tea? Black tea. Unsweetened. I gotta get some, like, lemons or something like that. I don't know. I either want to get, like, lemon or peppermint to add into it. That'll be about it. You blame Jack for these changes? No reason, I just do? Bro, don't put them on me. I was the one who was like, I think these are good. What the? The cool way you stream the casual side of WoW, such as M+ and Mythic rating. Do you have any plans on streaming the real hardcore part of WoW? Housing. I do, Tyrant. Once I get Talget's wife to design me a new house, I am gonna have to get a whole shopping list for all the things I'm gonna need to farm. I'm pretty sure what's gonna happen is they're gonna shut down beta servers like the week before launch or something like that. And then I'm gonna have some time to work on it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay with the HPAL changes? No. No. I didn't want it. I didn't want Crusader Strike Back. I didn't want Crusader Strike Back, man. And it's not on the cooldown manager. Oh man, it's not on the cooldown manager. That's tragic. Well, I don't think I'm really gonna be hitting the button anyway, from what I've been reading. Yeah. What can you do, man? Wind Runner. I know, it's really weird seeing design changes for Shaman and Pally. No, I haven't tested weak auras. I heard they were back, though. Yeah. I heard. Now that HPAL's not on the menu, what do we play? Priest and Druid, basically. Dude, the amount of refugees that are going to be running to Priest and Druid are going to be insane. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait. Make sure you check out my guides. Make sure you check out my videos, guys. Check the YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, Valakor was telling me about totemic builds to mess around with. So I'll try that. We'll try that after we get some pally testing in, I think. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's right, Ash. We're almost at 90K subs on YouTube, too. We're catching up to Kalamazoo. Trying to catch him. Trying to catch him. Started WoW a week ago. I'm going with Disc, but I'm not using any add-ons. Would I rate or help me in your interface? I have a full list of my add-ons if you check the YouTube description. I'll be working on some add-on videos soon. Basically, they kind of redid how all the add-ons work. Is the quick TLDR. So a lot of add-ons are changing their interface and their tools and all that other fun stuff. So there's gonna probably be some add-on guides that I have coming out very soon. But I want to make sure all the changes are final, you know? So, was the dev note BS or true for a sentence change, Whispering Waves? Yeah, I mean, they listed the changes right underneath it. Yeah. Yeah. Everything that works right now are going to work in the future. They just, basically, like, they did a big purge. And everything that survived the purge is good to go. Yeah. Kalamazoo clearly botting. No, he's just been doing such a good job of making sure Warlock's OP. Without the combat log add-ons, your FPS is way better. Yeah. I've noticed that too. There is... I think it's also just the fact that people had to rebuild their add-ons from scratch. Made a really, really big impact. They got a new camera? I think I just changed the angle a little bit. It's just a little perspective difference or something. Yeah. Would it take make chain heal useful? Does it just need its aura hammered up? I think so. Yeah. Aw, thanks, Red Dye. Bring back your first character, the priest, if they're as good as you're saying. It's gonna be sick, man. It's gonna be sick one. Honestly, Ash. Such a ditz. I would hope so, size, yeah. It's almost February, I need to put the tree away? No, I'm gonna change the tree in February to pink. Yeah. I'm gonna do that, or I'm gonna get a giant plant to put in there. I don't know. Having a fake plant makes it pretty easy to take care of, though. Okay, so I think Holy Priest does actually elite levels of M+ healing. We'll do like 1 or 2 dungeons today as Holy Priest, because they fixed the Benediction bug. Finally! Whew! So Holy Priest is very good healing. The problem with Holy Priest and Keys is that it just dies. It just dies. It's just, you know, it's just not tanky. It needs a full verse set to live, high keys, stuff like that, you know? No, they didn't add, we were checking that Faraday. They did not add Crusader Strike to the cooldown manager. I know it's covered by the chat overlay, but just trust me on that one.
5.
Yeah.
4,
I mean, you could play Holy in, you know,
2,
plenty of
1.
keys, right? But I wouldn't see it in like the M+ meta, the high-end meta, you know? Priest, Pally, Shaman are on break indefinitely.
4, 3, 2.
It's a Druid Kingdom, man. We're just living in it.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but
Yep. No, I don't think you can track any kicks and stuff like that.
if we can calm the spirits here, maybe the Ranger
So.
General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
So weird that they had the same voice actor. I'm pretty sure it's the same voice actor as Anduin. Be the voice actor for what's his name? Lyrath. It's kind of weird. HPL for me is ruined. Shaman lost passive healing, relies on sentence even more. Dis nerf's not too bad. Yeah, it sucks when your smite feels really bad. Yeah, I use Platinator. Yeah. Oh shit. It's just preference. I have a profile for like vertical frames because I know people like that, but personally, I just run my frames below. It's all personal preference. Yeah, I added a new CC to it quick. Don't worry about it. He just did that because he wanted to rally everything on top of it, so Hodge accomplished the same goal. I'm doing damage. I look sick the entire time I was setting up the vertical frames. Thanks. Got any other comments about my personal appearance, Coffee? I use an add-on called Enhanced Quality of Life, or EQL, to hide my action bars. Rolling them out periodically. Thanks, man. Oh, man. Class colors on the uniframes is from Unhalted Uniframes. It's Unhalted Uniframes, and then I'm using Dander's frames for my party frames. And that also has a class color setting. Where is this guy? There he is. It's so rare that somebody's like, man, I really want to hide my action bars. Usually I get the opposite, where people are like, I hate these action bars being hidden. Here, you can get a little bop, and you can go do damage. There you go, King. We're casting lots of flash heals. Showing defenses on the frames. That is also Dander's frames. Yeah, Dander's frames is a setting specifically for... Oh, please don't be a dot. Alright, I should actually cast Holy Lights. I'm holding myself back for literally no reason, not casting Holy Lights. We're like 289 eye level right now. That is max mythic eye level.
Soothing sounds of my heart.
Yeah.
Release of joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
Is Evoker far behind Disc and Druid and Raids? Not far. I wouldn't say it's super far behind. I think the challenge is more that Evoker holds a similar niche as Disc does in Raids. And so there might, and there has been times in the past where you bring 2 ramp healers. There's been times you brought double Prez, there's been times you brought double Disc. I don't know if there's been... I don't think there's actually been any times where you've brought 1 Disc, 1 Prez, though. I don't know if I can remember a time. We just got started, Chaos. Just got started. Pretty annoying. You have a lot less judgments. And so you're spending a lot more infusion procs on Flash. And just kind of generally casting a lot more Flash as well. Alright, we're casting Crusader Strikes. There we go. There's nothing to do, nothing to do. I guess we cast Crusader Strike. Wow. Huzzah, a little filler in downtime. Okay. I don't know, I guess I should next dungeon try to run Crusader's Might and see if that makes a difference during downtime. Double Prez and Disc on Raz? I don't think they played Disc on Raz. Did they?
Hawk seems to have stolen my heart.
Like, Disc was good because it double dipped on healing during that shield phase in Raz. I'm trying to think of when else they did it. You might be right. Just trying to remember. I think this is really good at midnight, yeah. I think it is. Dangerous frames goes way overboard on the absorbs. You can change them, daddy. You can change them, big daddy. Yeah, there's if you just open up your test menu, what you should do is you should go to your test menu and then click on the word absorbs. Because then what you can do is you can specifically look at those absorb settings. And then you can kind of change them as you like. The way I have my personal absorbs is I have them... Oh, so much splash healing. The way I have my absorbs, basically, is I have them as like a big red bar. See that big red bar I have on my character? That's how they show for negative absorbs. Positive absorbs, I show as a white bar above their health. I like that too. So, but there's a lot of customizations. You can make it look like whatever you want. Yeah. I checked, it was double press, disc on Raz, disc just carried that shield. Right. Yeah. If that bug didn't exist, I don't think that... I think that's an outlier. I think it is fair to kind of call that an outlier. But you are technically correct, Rippin', which is, as we know, the best kind of correct. I'll give you that. Oh. And oh no!
Strongest survive.
And Battlefield Resurrection. Thank you. We got. We got. Make me fun of Shammy, so they changed it. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if they changed it in a good way or not. Oh, or a good enough way, you know? Alright, I literally just cannot cast in melee, dude. This is so bad. This is actually so bad. You have to spend so much more time casting. Yeah. Because I mean, I can either cast Flash and do a little bit of healing and have to stand still and get dragged around the room, or I can Crusader Strike and do no healing. We just got started. This is like the first dungeon. First dungeon.
My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened.
We were watching the State of Azeroth thing earlier.
Next relic.
Where's it at? There you go.
Sylvanas didn't ask
Yeah, I don't think there's any setting to change your atonement or other buffs into just a full-fledged bar.
including her life.
Yeah. I didn't break that one. I didn't break that one. Save nothing burger? I'm more... Like, my big complaint is the fact that they didn't have anything for M+. But I think the one boss raids are cool. Add some more stakes to keys in, or add some more stakes to playing a season all the way through. I guess this is where we Crusader Strike, isn't it? So I guess it's like good enough to take Crusader's Might just for that. Shouldn't be long, Jen. You can always check the sub chat though in my Discord because it has a whole like spreadsheet file that you could just import everything instead of the Wago if the Wago takes a while. Because I know Wago's had some issues, so I have a little fallback plan for that.
She trained with a bow
I think Wings just feels really weak. Yeah.
invaded to loot it and anything else.
It feels like Wings is just... Eh. There's not really a point to cast Crusader Strike unless there's just a lot of downtime and nothing is happening. Because otherwise you just cast Flash. It's like, I'm just going to cast Flash, build up Holy Power here, get ready for the damage that's going to go out, right? Just cast Flash. Because I don't want to sit there and cast a spell that does nothing and does no healing, you know? Camo, thank you for the full year. A lot more clunky. It just feels like I'm forced to stand still and cast more, right? Damage patterns, the spiky. I mean, obviously as you get into higher keys, it gets more and more spiky, right? But I would say it's a lot better. Yeah, there's a lot more like sustained damage. They have a lot of mini bosses that like, when they're at low HP, they pulse damage on everybody, stuff like that, you know? 100%. Falden, thank you for the 4 months. Like, this area has so many dots, right? I don't know if our tank has a poison spell, but that would go hard. I think he did. There it is. There we go. Bro, I am dispelling on cooldown, Waller. Walty. Oh my goodness. I have so many dispels right now. Oh. I wonder if it's a little one-off buff that if you interrupt, you're gonna be fine. I'm in my first dungeon testing all the pally changes, so I'll do like another 2 dungeons or so. And then I'll have like some more well-rounded thoughts. Right now, I think I should change to Crusader's Might, because there are some like limited points of downtime where I can try to farm up my judgments and my holy shocks back. But not a lot of them. Yeah, you can't see Crusader Strike on the bars, but I hit it twice right there. You can see my actions in the top right corner. But then I'm like, okay, I've consumed those. I guess I'm just casting Flash. Huzzah. But you're just casting so many less judgments and so many less shocks. It's a little irritating. I don't know if you want more GCDs by running Virtue. I don't know. DBM exists still, yeah. Probably Knight. This shouldn't be too hard. I don't think that Blizzard's trying to make Keystone Master, Keystone Legend too hard this season. They raised the key levels basically by 1 with yesterday's changes, but I think 12s and 10s and everything were already pretty reasonably easy. Yeah. I think when it comes to mana, I mean, that's a big reason why you would not run Virtue. But also, voice. Like, mana is the reason you would not run Virtue, but also, what was I gonna say? But that's also a lot of the gameplay tied to Paladin right now, is only casting Holy Lights when you absolutely need to, and making sure you're maximizing the value and like the effect of it. Kind of seems like the most valuable stuff you can be doing. Had a little stun. Yeah, plus when you're healing a Brewmaster, Faith owns. That's a good point as well. That's a good point too. Here, I can use some Crusader Strikes. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, move cast a couple Holy Lights, and they hit like a truck. I mean, I'm sustaining 85k. Pretty, like, solid amount of HPS. Yeah. It's called My Action Tracker, Ruckus. My Action Tracker, my dude. Oh. But here's this just maining priest or druid. Druid kind of defies all belief, and it's been like the most powerful healer in keys for maybe close to a month, or 3 months, I should say. Excuse me. Like the best healer for M+ for like 3 months, and it still hasn't gotten nerfed. It's kind of crazy, actually. Kind of crazy. Nice. It's like I could have cast another Holy Light there if I needed to, but I'm just trying to save mana, you know? Yeah. Yeah, My Action Tracker is an add-on. Yep. So, I try healing out again for Midnight, but the last time I tried was Dragonflight, and that was stressful. Oh, yeah, so Night. That's a great point. Dragonflight was one of the worst times for healers because health bars would just yo-yo like crazy. And that has been a very, very large complaint for a lot of healer mains, including myself, for an enormously long time. And so, I'm pretty pleased to say that the game is a lot better for healers than it was in Dragonflight, yeah. It's not the perfect world we want to live in. Doesn't have all the changes I'd like, but it has a lot of good stuff. And it's significantly better than Dragonflight. Yeah. Yeah. Different Danders frames based on content. I don't think that they've done that yet, but that's part of the development I know they're working on. I think it's still a work in progress, though. Yeah, it's like areas like this where I could cast some Crusader Strikes. Just brief areas. I click cast. Everything that interacts with the frame is a click cast. So I'll like mouse button 5 for Eternal Flame. Judgment is bound into my action bars, but I'll right click and cast a Holy Light. You know, left click, cast a Flash. Control right click is casting Holy Shock. Left clicks for flashes. Stuff like that. I'm using Dander's frames. Cell is not yet available. Should be available like end of February, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Jantron. Can you hear me? Give you the instructions again. Just need you to confirm. All right, Wonderbar. Go to my Discord. Connect your Discord and your Twitch sub. And then there's a channel called UI and Resources. And there's a little thing about how you connect your Discord and your Twitch together. And go read that and go do that. Okay? And then there's the UI profile pinned in that Discord chat. They fixed Mystery before launch, or just set it to launch in a mess state? Looks like they're setting it to a mess state, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of talents that juice up Holy Light. I mean, they're all in pre-patch now, Dozer, so you could play with them now if you wanted. Yeah. 6 to 8 seconds of filler every time before you press Judgment and Holy Shock. How is this okay? I don't know, man. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. It's so funny because, like, I would play Pally and I'd be like, oh, I'm having fun. And people are like, oh, it's the worst. Bring back Crusader Strike. And so, like, they brought back Crusader Strike, and then I hear everybody's like, oh my god, like, why would they bring back Crusader Strike? I liked it how it was. I was like, I felt like I was the only one. Oh, man. Yeah. What can you do? What can you do? What do they change for Prez Wednesday? I saw they got better mana for monks. Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw Prez got the TA filter. Yeah. I was wondering what else there was. There you go. What up, Barbara? Man, they started the fight already. I mean, if you guys want to see a different healer than what I'm playing right now, you can always check my YouTube VODs. I'm always either labeling it with the thumbnail or the title about like what healer I play in which stream. But I've been playing all the healers. I've been playing all the healers in beta. Past 3 months. Yeah, I'm using Dander's frames. They've nerfed beacons in beta, yeah, Jay. What up, X? Yeah, they've nerfed beacons in beta quite a few times. It feels like twice. I can kind of see the areas where I would use Crusader Strike if I had Crusader's Might. So we'll run that in the next dungeon. Yeah. Like, if I had Crusader's Might right here, the Crusader Strikes would actually feel kind of good, because there was nothing to do. But there's a lot of areas where you would just cast Holy Light and not press Crusader Strike. So keep that in mind. Come on, target me. Or drag him through, maybe? Yeah. Like right there. So. You can play what you want, but I want the definitive answer, the best for raid, best for M+, if it went live tomorrow. Oh, aren't we pushy? You want some tea with that? You want a little steak frites? Answer my question, streamer. Give me what I want. Right now. I love you. I love you too, buddy. Disc best for raids. Druid best for keys. Yeah. Druid's probably the best overall healer because I think Disc is a little better than it in raids, but not by a massive margin. Like, Druid's very, very good in raids. Not only from, like, it does good healing, but it's also bringing Mark. So, yeah. If you're wanting to be like invited to everything and the game went live tomorrow, assuming no other changes happen, which is a long shot, fair warning, then yeah. Let's get yeah. So the Bladestorm cleaves these ads, by the way. That's why I was terrorizing my teammates. Look at all the ads. They're all dead. They're all dead. See? And blap. He's dead. Yep. You have a druid healer and a chamois in the raid groups. I can't play one of them. Priest, baby. You're gonna love me even more when you read these guides then. Sheesh. Burst heals. For keys, probably Prez. For raids, I don't know. I'll have to see how that mana change went for monks. Monk kind of lives and dies by just doing infinity amounts of raid healing. And if they don't do infinity amounts of raid healing, then, like, you know. Yeah, Druid for key zones. Used to be that Virtue is the intended talent for M+. Used to be. And Meg to give a new report. Yeah. Where Meg video? I use Dander's frames to click cast. Yeah.
We've done it.
Or Kushi.
Task remains.
Wish my Blade Storm as a warrior did this. Get good, man. So is it literally Meg that just like mana is better?
I'll use these relics to return peace to the
Because like I saw Monk did like solid healing in raid testing, but not like any, you know, not like world first levels of heals. Unless every single monk was sandbagging, which can happen. Apparently there is Swati with better cooldown manager. I gotta set that up. Yeah, there's a couple of different UI things I want to improve on before the expansion drops. And every day I'm like, oh, I gotta do this for the UI. I gotta do that for the UI. There's always something else that kind of pops up that takes a higher prio. Like today, testing all the healer changes. But I will work on that, yeah. Reverted TFT 45 is back at 30. Neat.
Aren't you glad we can bonk now instead of casting fun spells that give us free Light of Dawns?
Having so much fun bonking Griffin. It's my favorite thing to do. Thanks for the 34 months, dude. Cha. Yo, what up, Ouija? How you been, man? Dude, what a clear. Oh yeah, they're not dropping their stacks. These guys. Oh man. Nothing to cast now. Alright, I got a button. I got a button. Got a button. Got a button. Less instant cast when you gotta move around. Kinda stinks. But there is some use of Crusader Strike. I just gotta take Crusader's Might now. It does have some uses. I guess these will do. Nothing to cast, nothing to cast. There we go. Should have built up more holy power. Yeah. Oh, you want to see cast Light of Dawns? There you go. I mean, it's okay. Sometimes people just are taking like big focus damage. I'd rather just Eternal Flame them. Don't have a lot of options here without running across the team. You know, I feel like there's some situations for it, yeah, but not a ton. What are these healer changes you speak of? Well, it's part of my brand new video, Dark Nexer, where we talk about Crusader's Might coming back, some Disc Priest nerfs, some Shaman revamps going on, and I give my thoughts on it. What more could you ask for? Oh, thanks for the segue. So the patch notes this morning, how bad is it? Should be worried for Holy Pally. There's, you know, there's some negatives to it, of course.
Hey there, Jatkio Slash.
Yo, how you been, Azuma? Thank you for the 6 months. Let's see. I saw people dropping some martyr talents. Maybe I get rid of those. Take the talent where Judgment crits give us free to Light of Dawns. Imperial Legacy? Yeah. That one's good. That one's good. Nah, we were talking about different things, Nightclaw. Monk got a change where they got more mana regen per stack of tea consumed. Yeah. Yeah. GG's. Doing more. I think I have to remove virtue talents, yeah. They're in the video ship. Or on Wowhead. I would check the Wowhead guides, Michael, for like what talents you want to prefer and which ones you want to take and stuff. Yeah. I mean, oh yeah, I have to. Actually, no, I don't. Yeah, just like that. All right, cool. I don't need to get judgments giving me consecrates. Yeah.
Stay awesome, Jack.
Barv, thank you for the 20 months. Much love, my dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Disc wants to play Oracle. Yeah, Void Weaver is really bad for Disc right now. So. Which 3 points from elsewhere, Michael? Because you can only spend hero talent points in the hero talent section. People not PvP on beta? Probably not. I mean, people don't PvP in general. That's like a dead game mode. It's just because it's beta, Lodrian, the default damage meters have more info. There is a chance that Blizzard could reverse the HPAL changes. I think that there is a chance. People are like, you know, raging about these changes. People are hard raging about these changes. Yeah, Sky Reach sounds good. Need that for IO. Is Veneration better for the CD reset chance? I thought it was just the Absorb. 40-year-old dude coming back to WoW and healing. Focusing on max 10 to 12. Aren't all the healers viable? 100%. And 10s and 12s are a lot less difficult than they used to be. You know, if you played War Within Season 1, like, that shit was hard. It's much easier now. Much more accessible
If you could
now.
have one ability or spell from WoW
I
in
see.
real life, what would it be?
One ability or spell from WoW in real life. I think of the 16 months in a row, it's Keelix. There are many people around chat who are around 40 as well. So you're not alone. Oh, portals. Yeah. Portals would be pretty sick. Portals would be pretty sick. Shirley Rez? I don't know. If you've read the story of Lazarus, there's some downsides. There are some downsides. Dander's Frames, Razvansi. Yeah. Ooh, Zen Flight might be a big one. But, like, how fast in miles would Zen Flight go? You know? Because, like, would it be really that super sick to fly if you could only go, like, 10 miles an hour? Like, maybe. You know? You know? How feels HPAL? We're going to get a better idea here. It is still faster than walking. That's true. But, like, how much thrust do you have while flying? Could you just, like, get under your car and then start flying and then you'd be able to pick up the car with you? You know? If I'm in traffic, could I just fly above somebody and then do it? The other thing is, like, what are the consequences when people see that you can fly and they're going to just, like, ask you to do shit? Or the government's going to, like, experiment on you, you know? There's some downsides to these kind of things. Eat a lot of beans? True. Huh. It would have to be something where you're not gonna get like, you know, abducted or bothered. That's why I think portals might be the best one. Because if you can like choose to kind of port into a spot, you can kind of be in a little inconspicuous spot. Kind of sick. Yeah, that'd be kind of sick. I don't know if they added it to Live Nim. Yeah. Anybody like check or confirm? Vanish and just live out the rest of my days in the Shadow Realm in peace. Oh. Hearthstone. That's what it is. If I could set a Hearthstone anywhere, that's what I would do. Ooh, that would be sick. That would be sick. Ooh, yeah. Because then, you know, like, mage portals are kind of bound to capital cities. So, like, I've been to DC before. I grew up around there. That's not that valuable. That's not that valuable. But a Hearth? That could be pretty sick. You're right, Hearthstone's only one way. But you could set it to wherever you want. Instead of being into a capital city. Like, if you're an American, you could go to, you know, DC. You could go to, what's it, Ontario? Is it the city or the province in Canada? You know? Oh, Blyfline. Thought your opinion is a priest main for a while. You actually think they'll go into midnight with Resto being as powerful? That's what it seems like, man. That's what it seems like. Until Blizzard does otherwise, you kind of just expect them to stay the course for what they're doing. Right? For better or worse. What up, noob? So was I, Shep. So was I, man. Where's the Druid raid buffs? Bro, they look the second best healer in raids right now.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's black tea. Yeah. A little bit of cold tea. Brew's been good. Yeah. Yeah, Brew's been good to heal. I think like VDH, Brew, and Prot Pally are all really good tanks right now. Would I rather they do to HPAL? I guess I'd rather they just remove Crusader Strike and go back to the focus on
4, 3,
Casterden with some instant casts, basically. Because that's more or less what Pally was before Crusader Strike was added back. Was like you're kind of just running around, you have some instant casts to utilize on the move, and then you had a pretty big, heavy focus on caster spells. It's not my first choice for the spec, but it's the most realistic choice for what I think that they could be doing. Oh, close. Mercenary take Virtue? I haven't found it yet. On beta, I have default damage meters, yeah, because Details was throwing me hella errors. Yeah. Alright, a couple Crusader Strikes. Nice and low on the prio list, it seems. Nice and low. Find out where I can stand here. There we go. Oh, this is on beta, Jaiku, so it's gonna get added later. It's gonna get added later. Ever flash heal? You flash heal quite a bit. So when I get these situations where people are taking damage, and you know you gotta do a little bit of healing to them and whatnot, that's when I'm trying to cast more flash heals. As you can see, I'm building them up right here. Now I can cast some Crusader Strikes during downtime. Just a little bit. Yep. Haven't done Shaman yet. This is my second key. This is my second key on the Paladin. It's about to run to the edge on that one. So you can cast like a little bit of Crusader Strike here, a little Crusader Strike there when you're having the capacity to not, you know, be healing full time. It's like there's no damage, everything's kind of settled. Can Crusader Strike, get my buttons back. I don't know, it's like downtime filler. But when you're actively healing, it feels worse because you have longer cooldowns than Shock and Judgment. So you're more resource starved there and forced to cast more Holy Lights. But when you have downtime, I guess it feels closer to what you had before, I guess is the best way to put it. Because you didn't have to worry about this kind of stuff before. Yeah, no intercession. See, there's like downtime. Can push my buttons. Push my buttons. Push my buttons. It would be pretty awesome if I could track Crusader Strike on the cooldown manager. Oh, that left hand doesn't know what the right is doing. At Blizzard HQ. I'm just gonna bubble this. It even still knocks you up. It's crazy. I'll take to get to level 90. The Ultra Sweats will take, I think, like, I heard like 3 hours or something like that. But I think for like normal people, it'll probably be like 8-ish. Pretty sure it's just going to be worth anyway to do all those side quests. Because there probably is going to be some like, I haven't looked, but I'm sure that there's going to be some like niche bonus gear you get for doing your reps or whatnot, and that always involves doing all those side quests anyway. So I figure you might as well just do that while you're leveling. I feel like that's what I'm gonna do at least. Almost crazy neutered. Yeah, it feels like that. There's been times where like a dot gets applied to me and then it just doesn't deal any damage, but then I still take a couple ticks like after the fact. It's weird. It's really weird. Ooh. We're in it. We're back in it. We're back in it. Oh, that was a little close. Almost trolled. Well, did troll. Almost died for it, though. Alright, bet. How many level is Holy without Shadow or Pain? Swap the disc. Or level with friends. Yeah, Brew feels great to heal. No issues, man. Yeah. No issues. Yeah, there we go. Gaming. Let's need to level in army vaults. Well, wouldn't you just do dungeons? Isn't that what we did on War Within launch? You just like did a bunch of dungeons after you leveled your first character. I'm not sure if something's changed, but I assumed it would be something like that again. Then we Devo Aura this. Oh, big holy light. There it is, the lay on hands. Eternal Flame, Eternal Flame, Eternal Flame. Age Priest is gonna be fun. I can't wait to do a dungeon today on him. We'll probably do, I think, one more Pally dungeon at least. I think I've got a handle on what I'm supposed to be doing here. It's really weird having some like conditional fillers. And I think if you didn't play any beta, you might be like, oh, cool, like I can get my resources back. But like, if you did play beta, you're like, well, I just always had these before. And now I gotta do a little bit of extra hustle to go get them again. Let's do that. Like, even in wings, my spenders aren't strong enough. Even in wings, my spenders aren't strong enough, and I have to, like, resort to holy lights. That's kind of what I was going for earlier, when I was saying how, like, weak and mediocre it is. To utilize, there we go. To utilize wings. A little cringe, you know? Damn. Wait, they died to the... Did they die to that raid? That hit? I can't tell, actually. Either way, not good. Yeah, okay, now they're saying lag. Yeah. I think that's what happened, though. Oh, yep. We're all just dying now. Yeah.
Only
the strongest survive.
Highest vault reward is 12. It used to be like 18s or whatever, and then it used to be like 18s or whatever. But now but they nerfed that. Went back to 12s. Yeah. Kalamazoo says Demo's bugged. Kalamazoo thinks all cats are boys and all cats are girls and all dogs are boys. Okay, I can't believe that guy. Snow? Like ice, but it's all melted now. It's all melted. Nah, no Void Weaver buff. Unfortunate, man. HPL is weird. It's like you had shorter cooldowns on Shock and Judgment all the time, and now you kind of have to just use your Crusader Strike during downtime to farm those back up. And so you're basically just using Crusader Strike when there's no damage going out and you need Shocks and Judgments. And then if there is damage, then you're forced to cast Holy Lights. And you're casting even more Holy Lights, which is taking time. It's making you less mobile. So the sort of like net effect is that you're less mobile, you have less instant casts, you have to sit there turret longer, you're getting less judgment healing, I think. Certainly feels like less shocks. Yeah. Yeah, it like makes the judgment talents worse. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny, I saw somebody on Twitter yelling at one person, and they're like, you should be more like Kalamazoo. He's leading the Warlocks to greatness and like to glory and everything like that. I sent it to Cal. I was like, let's go. They're giving you props. But if it turns out they're just bugged, that's kind of hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 100% John R. I got you, bro. I know a lot of people would be curious about Pally. Do they add the loot thing back? We love Kalamazoo. He's the GOAT. Did they reset? Looks like they did. Nice. Calamari? Oh, me too, man. Me too. I remember when I was growing up, I went to like a bar with my dad and his friends, and we got a booth and stuff, and I was like 12. And I think they were like trying to make me less picky about food or something like that. And they put calamari down in front of me, and I was like, oh my god, this tastes great. And they're like, that's octopus. And I had like, you know, one of the tentacles in my mouth or whatever it was. Shut up. And I was like, this shit owns. I want more octopus. And then I would like bother my parents at home. Like, why don't we have octopus for dinner?
3, 2, 1.
That kind of backfired. Time means nothing. Thank you for the new sub. I need a 24/7 channel as well. I was thinking about it. It's kind of a lot of work, but
4,
I was thinking about it.
2, 1.
Shut up, coffee. I was testing Disc and Holy on raid testing on Friday. Yep, the VOD is up on YouTube if you want to see it. Disc was slamming. Holy Priest still had that benediction bug, but they recently fixed it, by the way. So they recently fixed it. So that helps a ton. Man, Prism's actually a good heal. Prism single target. big Shield of the Righteous value there. Definitely not a waste of time. And casts. Oh, they knocked it down to a 16. Yeah, you can click cast with Dander's Frames, the click add-on. Whenever Cell comes around, I'm sure they're going to have that functionality too. Yeah, get an add-on for it. I have not played Holy Priest yet. I don't know if I'm going to play Holy Priest. If I do play Holy Priest, it'll probably be just one dungeon, so we'll see. I think I'm going to try to find like an 18 or a 19 and play it on Pally and kind of do some stress testing now that I'm warm on it. After this key. Maybe do one as Holy Priest just to see how the Benediction fix went, and then do some Shaman. Something like that. I will play Holy Priest today though. We'll probably just do like one dungeon for it. Because that was the only change, is making their single target healing actually good. But I've been a big believer on Holy Priest. With the knowledge that they were gonna eventually fix it, right? You know. HPL is kind of weird because if you hadn't played it before, it's like, oh my god, there's downtime? I can Crusader Strike and get my stuff back, and it feels interactive and stuff. But if you played it before, it's like, wow, I just have to like find time in downtime where I can afford to cast a button that does nothing, right? Like, oh, there's nothing going on. I can Crusader Strike here. Cool, I've Crusader Striked. And I've gotten my stuff back. And he was quick. Right? It's like, oh, cool, there's a little window here. No. All right. Need to find an American group to play with. The Euros are freezing and dying. Yeah, empty. Crusader Strike would have saved him.
Draw back the veil. The shadows are...
A few major defenses just not classified as a defensive aura on raid frames. Bubble, Divine Protection. You're right, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, apparently there are no defenses for Pally. Apparently. Pally and Priest. Pally was fun, but this beta change is meh. Priest has been feeling quite fun. I got too used to running Delphs on class with a tank spec though. Yeah. What's up, Josh? It is a WoD dungeon, but they revamped it for the expansion. I don't really know why, because usually they try to find stuff that's like related to the season in some way, you know? Don't know, it's weird. It's weird. That's right, I can only set a key to 15 right now. that seat. Basis for bringing back Crusader Strike? They didn't give one, but I assume it's because people asked for it. When I was playing throughout beta, almost like every single day I was playing Pally, people were like, "Oh, I hate that they didn't bring back Crusader Strike." But then, like, now that it's back, you know, I see a ton of people who are like, "Oh my god, I wish we didn't have Crusader Strike again," because it's like the unintended consequences. What do they call it? Second order consequences or something like that. Like, we'll give it back, but we also have to nerf other stuff to do it. That is one. It generates holy power. It generates 1 holy power, and then it reduces the cooldown of your shock and your judgment with Crusader's Might. So the idea behind it is you would basically just use Crusader Strike if there's nothing happening. If, you know, everyone's healthy, and you would basically just hit that as filler. I think this kind of makes the spec weaker, yeah, because you have to kind of cast other fillers. Well, it's like you cast this filler stuff in downtime, and yeah, if there's downtime, it'll feel equal to what it was before. But if there's not downtime, then you have to cast a lot more flashes to get through your problems. That's like the crux of it, you know? That's the real, like, issue. If there are problems, you gotta do some work. So, yeah, you'll always be able to get all the hero talents and all the Apex points. The Apex points share with the spec points. So, don't you even need more holy lights? If stuff goes very wrong. I mean, you might, yeah. Because, I mean, you're going to be casting less judgments. I think in a lot of cases, less shocks. I think you definitely will need more flashes, which might lead you to cast some more holy lights. I didn't think I had to cast that many more, but I was only doing the 16s. That's why I'm trying to find like a 17 or an 18 to better stress test it. Man. More time healing on pre-patch for the last few days. Been enjoying it more than I expected. Disc and Druid feel really good. Yeah, they do. Only in like downtime, Stuke, if nobody's taking any sort of damage or anything like that. There's the hearth. Assuming like nothing else is going on. Rewind like 5 seconds, Sleepy. Oh man, that timing. Compare Midnight and plus difficulty compared to Season 3. I think it's a little easier. Yeah, maybe like a key level or 2 easier, something like that. So my stance to the Belichick snub. I mean, they clearly wanted to punish him for Deflategate, Spygate, whatever you want to call it. All of them. I think, what even was the Deflategate punishment? Did they lose like some draft picks or something like that? I don't know. I think I'm a big believer that if somebody does something wrong, you should punish them at the time that they did it, when it's like verified and like, you know, they did something stupid. You shouldn't just keep punishing people forever for it, because then there's no incentive to like get better, you know? 4-game Brady suspension, 5th round pick. Yeah. So like, if you already levied a punishment on people, you shouldn't let it just haunt people forever and ever and ever. I don't know. At least when it's not that egregious, like a sport. I don't know. Maybe they should have gone harder and like dropped their 1st round pick ages ago, and then just be like, all right, we're done. You know? That's kind of my thought on it. Felt egregious and you're a Jets fan? Yeah. It's weird. Very, very weird. Let me think. Maybe I should do Holy Priest for this dungeon. See how the Benediction stuff feels, because there's some decent spot healing. And then when we level this up to a 17, we'll go play Pally, and we'll see 17 for a Pally. Sound good? Let me swap to priest for this. Yeah, let me do that. I'll go play Holy Priest for a dungeon, and then we'll go back to playing Pally. So we can level it up and do a hierarchy. They basically made, like, Pally slightly worse. And it's more of just, like, they added an extra annoyance into the equation that didn't need to exist. It's just unnecessary. They were already trending the spec towards being basically a caster, you know? Yeah. Isn't Lightsmith better with the changes? Melee wings? I don't think so. Okay, benediction should work. Let's go find out, Shoni. Let's go find out. Excited to have a different playstyle than last X pack? Yeah, right? Oh, man. Gotta love it, don't you? Can I cast it myself? I mean, they said they fixed it. I just want to do a dungeon to test it. And this is a 15, and it's also a dungeon that's usually done really quick. And I wanted to do a higher level dungeon to test Paladin. So what this lets me do is it lets me see how Holy Priest feels with the bug being fixed. It's a little barometer for how strong that is. And then I can go jump into Paladin keys at a higher level. Yeah. Favorite melee class? I think DKs are probably my favorite. Played him in the past. Played Rogue in the past. Yeah. What is up with Wago today? So many people are having issues with Wago. Said yeah. Let's see. Either do I recommend Priest or Druid? My personal recommendation would be Priest. No bias. But they're both really good. Yeah, my UI is ready for pre-patch. Yeah. Shaman? I think Shaman's kind of boring. Best healer in raids? Disc Priest. Oracle seems like 3 buttons. For Disc Priest, I mean, not that many buttons, sure. But I think it's still fun. Yep, should be really easy to install, Shoni. I am just resyncing everything with Wago right now. Also resynced if you want to try again. Is it hiding in nameplates? I'm not hiding nameplates. Oh, foosball question. Do you see the Kami's got a new stadium? Yeah, and it's actually in DC, man, that owns. Yeah, I use enhanced quality of life to hide my action bars. It's good because it doesn't and it discourages you from looking at them, looking down at them. Yeah. CS changed the pallies, made them worse, but largely did not change how they play. Yeah, basically. It just means that you have to like work for more shocks and judgments when you previously just had them for free. But the upside, if you wanted to really stretch it, and I'm really stretching it when I say the upside here, the upside would be that when there's nothing going on, there's no damage on the team or something like that, you have a button that's always there to press to just, I guess, build holy power instead of casting flashlights on full health targets. I guess. What makes Shaman more boring than Druid? Because you press Stormstream Totem, Healing Wave, and... well, I guess Stormstream or Healing Stream Totem, Healing Wave, and Riptide, and that's about it when it comes to healing. When it comes to Druid, with the Apex talent, you actually have a bit of thought you can put into it, because every time you hit Swiftbend, and you gain Soul of the Forest, and when you consume your Soul of the Forest, it causes your Life Bloom to just bloom like crazy, and you can utilize that to set up like really powerful spot healing on a dime, and if you're moving your Life Bloom around properly, you can actually manipulate it so that you can completely cover damage mechanics for one person while you more heavily spam other people. I think the Mastery interaction, where you can set up more healing over time effects, makes you a lot less cooldown centric than Shaman, so you always have healing available whenever there's big damage going out. You're more mobile, you have better crowd control, you bring a better raid buff. Kind of a few things. I don't know what they're gonna do to Monk, man. I got no idea. Yeah, I mean, it's just my opinion that I think Shaman's boring. Keep that in mind. Like, you might have a good time, right? You might love it, you might enjoy it, you might think it's the best thing ever. There's the difference between, like, objective, this is the right way to play something, versus I like this playstyle, I don't like this playstyle, you know? So, just because I may not like something doesn't mean you won't. Let's press the best healer in the game because it has such a great chatter named NeuroTG. Always advocating for it. How are my thoughts about healers nowadays? I think healing's getting better. I think healing's getting better since Dragonflight. It's getting better since War Within. Yeah. I guess no lust. We'll be all right. Show the merch. Yeah, you want to see the merch? Exclamation point shirt. Yeah. Nice and comfy. Get the shirt. Yeah. Playing Holy Priest. Playing Holy Priest, wearing Holy Priest. I am 6'4", so it's nice and long. Yeah, nice and long. For those who are nice and tall. And if you're not tall, you know, why not? Ugh. Make a cutoff for the gym? That'd be pretty sick, actually. Yeah, buy shirt. Shirt owns. Go holy, like the idea that damage happens, I just heal it. No ramping nonsense that I know of. Just too twitchy to have your character move that slow. Just hit feather. It's a January tree, Jason. Yeah, you see the tree? It has purple, blue, and white lights on it. It doesn't have green and red lights. Those are Christmas lights. The purple and blue and white is for January. And then when it's February, we're going to put pink lights on. Yeah. Yep, I use standards frames. Ancestral Vigor and Sky Fury is about the same as Druid buff. It's close, but not the same. Found a peanut brand called D's Nuts? Hell yeah. What's up, Cameron? Yeah, it's gonna be weird leveling as a Holy Priest without, or just doing World Quest without Shadow or Pain. Yep. We're vibing, Cam. Waiting on our tank to get here, and then we can get started. Testing these Holy Priest buffs that they just got. And by buffs, I mean fixing a really, really long-standing bug that they experienced all of beta, and they finally fixed. Finally fixed. Well, we're gonna do a dungeon as Holy, and then we're gonna jump back to Holy Paladin. And do a higher key on Holy Pally. It better be fixed. I'm gonna be real sad, Zeve. Don't give me that negativity. I think Shadow's doing well, but I just play healers. I just play all the healers. Is there a way to have Feather autocast? Yeah, type ! Feather in my chat. Color setting. The texture is called Smoother, and you get it by downloading Bigwigs. So if you want the exact texture, I think you can download Bigwigs even if you don't use it. You can just download it, turn it off, but then it'll be in your in-game files, and then you can select the texture. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Yeah. There's always one of those healers that's very selfish, Jug. Yeah, what's up, Cameron?
5, 4, 3,
All right.
2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
25 months. That's one more than 24.
That's right, and 2 more than 23, Cola. Think of it as 25 months, bro. Ooh, they added little silhouettes to them. It's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. I use Dander's frames.
Quite some time since the academy has been open.
Well, indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These mashers must have grown wild while we were away.
You check the UI and Discord channel, Elvical?
If you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Yeah, I use Dander's frames for healing. That's the best option, I think, right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do another dungeon after this as Pally, but I don't know. It's not like it's the end of the world for Paladin players, but it's not a good change. It basically just adds more work for them when they didn't need it, you know? It just added more unnecessary work for the spec. When it didn't need it. Holy Priest is going to be playing Archon in Raids and M+ May. It's really, really sick. It's really, really sick. I'm a huge fan of how they've set up Holy Priest. Because your direct healing feels powerful, it feels juicy. It'd be great. Grau was saying something about too many secondary stats, that later it's going to be too much. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. What they've changed is that if you played WoW, like, you know, in Warlords or Mist of Pandaria a long time ago, you would notice at the beginning of the expansions, you were, like, really slow with your gameplay. You had no haste, you had no secondaries, any of that kind of stuff, right? And they realized that people really didn't like how that played because it was really slow, boring gameplay at the start of expansions. So they started juicing up your secondary stats more to make it feel a little bit smoother. So, what level is my house? I think it's like level 3. I'm so excited for that copy paste or that import code for housing. I'm gonna hire the wife of one of our raiders, and she's gonna design my house for me. I think that's what's gonna go down. In gold, of course. Nah, cell's not working yet. Still waiting on an update. Still waiting. Did he not? Oh, that's weird. Is he gonna put the dot on everybody? There it is. Holding all these stacks of healing. Pulse. There we go. Wife and I are coming back to midnight. How's Disc and Holy for M plus and rating? They own. I mean, if you're not doing world first, they are great for all that. I mean, Disc will be in the world first race. Probably Holy won't be, but I think that Holy's still going to be like a good healer, you know? Yeah. I still think Disc is a better overall healer, but like they're both good. They're both fun to play. So they finally fixed the bug, Chrysalis. Holy Priest is great AoE healing because you can use my surge procs. These are little like white auras on the right and left sides of my character. You can use those on Prayer of Healing. So your AoE output's strong, and it's instant cast, and it's stronger when you use it on the surge procs. So you have a lot of really cool juice that you can do. It's quite sick. All right. Start Mythic Raid healing this expansion. Looking for a guild. What's gonna be the popular healer that nobody wants to play but everyone needs? It might be Paladin. It might be Paladin after the changes. I like to characterize players that reach 3k AO second week compared to the title players. Is there a big difference? Yeah. I mean, title level players are also those who are playing for an entire season and learning like every single intricacy of the dungeons, you know? It definitely takes a lot of dedication to get to 3k in like week 2 and stuff. I don't know. It's kind of like the difference. It's kind of like you're asking me the difference between like a sprinter and a marathon runner, you know? Yeah, exclamation mark UI has all my stuff. Yeah. Holy Priest has a challenge with mana in raids, and that's why I want to have heal come back. You can really only cast Prayer of Healing if you have a Surge proc or a Divinity stack, which can make it a little bit difficult. And you're likely going to be casting Smites during your downtime to make sure that you're farming Surge procs and just playing more mana efficiently too. It can be kind of a challenge. Yeah. Holy Priest feels much better than War Within in M+, but I still don't think it's going to be like a meta healer or anything like that. Yeah. I don't know, Disc can burn mana too. If you use shield on cooldown, you can actually rip mana, Zeev. I might be yoinking that Innervate. I might be. But Holy Priest could definitely take advantage of an Innervate as well. If Holy Priest had access to heal, it would fix a lot of problems. It would fix so many problems. I use Dander's Frames, Monk. That's what I use for my raid frames and my click casting heals. We're gonna go back to playing Pally, but I have a new video talking about the change. Basically, in downtime, you're gonna cast Crusader Strike to get your stuff back, but it only feels like you have to work to get your stuff back because they increase the cooldowns in Judgment and Crusader Strike. So it's like, ugh, great. Basically, it's more work. TLDR. Pally just has to work harder now. Yeah. Doing great, Grims. How's it going, man? Yeah, so that's the thing, Zeev. If Blizzard somehow magically would listen to me one time, if they would add heal back for Holy Priest, and then make it so heal builds up Lightweaver stacks, then you can cast heal in downtime, buff your future Prayer of Healing, still heal people efficiently, and you have a chance to build up Surge procs off your heals. Yeah. Sounds far too sensible. Yep, which is why they're not going to do it. Which is why it's not going to happen. What can you do, though? C'est la vie. Voidweaver is very bad. Yeah, Voidweaver is not an option for Disc Priests right now. Subspec's bad. Ooh, oh shit, chat. They did listen to me on one thing. Very, very tiny thing. Oh my gosh. Chat, do you guys see it? Let me see it. Any seers? They added renew to the frames. I can see renew. Yeah, my man's Eve. He don't miss. Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's about time. It's about time. Yeah, look at this. I'm like running all over the place, casting Prayer of Healing, using Surge procs on Prayer of Healing. You just get to run around and do whatever. It's so much faster. The problem is, you're just gonna die to like any high level keys. Yo, Dorky, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We're taking a little breather from playing Pally to test Holy Priest when they've actually fixed its bug. There we go. Explain the HPAL complaining. Okay, so imagine that you have lower cooldowns on some abilities that build your resources. And you have like some low cooldowns, you can just kind of hit them all the time. What they did was they increased those cooldowns, and then they gave you a tool to farm those cooldowns back. And they're like, we heard you wanted stuff to do in downtime, here you go. But you didn't need to farm them back faster before. You just had them back faster all the time. So that's basically what it is. When there's actually like real damage going on, you're not gonna hit a button like Crusader Strike that does no healing. So basically they just added some extra bullshit work for them. Yeah. Spec's my favorite? Probably Priest. No bias though. Yeah, all my healing profiles are for all the healers. I have pretty pictures and stuff too on my my Wago for all the healers. Oh, the surge procs. Okay, it's actually really clutch getting the surge procs at low mana. W, whoever gave Blizzard that idea. That was really sick. Skill expression. Listen, man. Do you want the healers to just heal you or not? Hey, Alexi. I haven't played Shaman yet today, but it feels like Paladin just needs more work for like not really any extra benefit. Oh, that's where it is. It's just, you know, yippee, you get to do work. That threat to tanks? I'm just saying, if we have to express more skill, it's going to be harder to heal the tanks and harder to heal the team. Here's another problem with Holy Priest. Is you're very cooldown centric, and then once you kind of run out of cooldowns, you have to like light your mana bar on fire. Which is kind of fun to think about your mana sometimes, but then, you know, obviously when you're sitting here hard and you forgot to drink beforehand. It's Alt mouse button 5, there it is. Not so fun. Renew increases your healing by 10% on the target that has it. So when you have an ability like Ultimate Serenity, which heals your target for a bunch, and then it also cleaves all your allies for a % of the amount you healed, it is relevant. But it would also require everyone to have around the same level of health in that equation. Oh, close enough, and we died. Tragic. should have just GS'd it and ripped it anyway. Oh no!
Your
The
survival
guardrails.
wasn't necessary.
Yeah. Oh, I'm never using Grid 2, man. That interface, unless they just massively change the interface or something, man, that interface is awful. I tested that a while ago. Not even having like a good preview frame to be able to see what's going on. So bad. Yeah. Hey, Liffy, what's going on? Glad you tuned in at this time and not a second earlier. Yeah. You missed nothing. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. New healer changes. What changed? Oh, we could check it out. Our latest video on YouTube going over all the healer changes. Woo! What up, Wolven? What up, Michelle? Howdy, howdy.
It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson.
They decided that Paladin needed more work. Needed more things to have to do. Where you can see the healer changes in that link. It's also pinned up at the top of chat. Or you can just go to wowhead.com. Oh my god, I just exploded from full. Oh, that's great. I think I got double tapped by surges there. Nice. Nice. Alright, let me back in playing the game here. Well, Holy Priest does good healing, but it also explodes to a light winter breeze of damage. Yeah. See Blizzard addressing Mistweaver's issues anytime soon? It's come natural for them to truck Mistweaver on every new X-Pack. Yeah, usually I'd be really happy about it, but now it's just getting kind of sad. Next dungeon I'm gonna do Pally. Dungeon after that I'm gonna do Shaman, yeah. I think it's close. I think Poe is close to doing more healing on that primary target. It does a lot to the primary target, especially when you have Surge procs, which also juice up its healing. Yeah. There's only 2 bombs, isn't there? Yeah. Pretty sick. And we get targeted again. Yo, how's it going, Jet? Finally, a little bit of a breather here. Was Crusader Strike back? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Really wants to use Chain Heal? I mean, well, Chain Heal was pretty bad. Really nice baby brain to carry these scrubs and damage. Yeah, I know, right? It's a little bit of a community service, you know? You're gonna have to resize if you have an ultra wide screen. Yeah. like the raid frames will probably, you know, work fine, but then you'll have to you know, drag stuff to the corners probably. Yeah. I had somebody like unironically be like, why doesn't this work for my ultra wide? I was like, bro, what? And literally like all they had to do was just like drag some stuff to the corners, you know? I was like, come on, man. Yeah, it's really annoying big when Holy Priest is just getting railed. Mouse over casting add-on is Dander's frames. You could also just use click if you wanted to use default frames like a monster for some strange reason. I know there are some of you sick people out there. Hide mastery? I don't think they have to hide mastery. I like kind of seeing who I healed. Not gonna lie. Maybe I'm just weird like that. Downside of using Blizzard Click casting, if you used any mouse button options, if you had like a Razer Naga or similar, then you couldn't use all of those Naga buttons on the Blizzard default click casting. You also can't use scroll wheel up or scroll wheel down. So there's some like niche stuff basically. Don't think I've had enough. Apotheosis gives Benediction, but is it worth casting in AoE? You would use Lightweaver stacks on Poe during Apotheosis, because you also do more healing during Apotheosis overall, and you would want to have that extra juice for the Poes. Yeah. Eve, thank you. That was crazy. Thanks for the new sub, dude. Oh man, at least my voice didn't crack. That would have been rough. Oh, current tier sets? Yeah, pre-patch tier sets are always lame. They're gonna have, I don't know, they're not that interesting for Season 1, but they usually never are that interesting in Season 1. But they get more interesting as the expansion goes along. Just kind of their standard procedure. The voice cracks will mellow as I get older. Yeah, that's what I hear. What changes? Class changes right there. I just got asked to change about tier sets, and that was like a pre-patch tier set thingy. Yeah. Kill God, get 10% extra healing. Yeah. Dude, is Castlevania not the best? Yeah, apparently a lot of people missed out, or missing Whispering Waves. For the monk changes? I don't know. Maybe the monks are just not giving feedback hard enough. Sponsored by Monster? I don't know, man. I still have a full case from last World First. They sent me like 3 cases. They're crazy. Yeah. What I say about healer changes for midnight? Am I happy with them? I mean, the macro changes, which is like how healing feels in dungeons and raids, I think is good. The micro of changes is like class-based stuff. There's some good. I think Disc and Druid especially are good. Oh, Holy as well. Priest and Druid are good. And then like a lot of specs are rough, you know. Monk, Prez, etc. True, Monk should shut down their Discord. Ooh, they juiced up this rot damage. That's right, I forgot. I actually did read those notes last night. It completely blew up Pally. Ah, right. I think it's a bad change, but they did not blow it up. They just added some more garbage for you to deal with. Dude, I see so many of these like monk pregnant celestial emojis from the monk Discord. It's insane. That's when you know that people have given up. Do you have those as like channel emotes, Meg? Yeah, monk pregnant. Yeah, it's like it's like the Mpreg emoji, but it's with monk stuff. Oh my god, I'm just all right. Do you have like a little Imgur or something like that to show in chat for the people? It's crazy, guys. But yeah, it's like the Mpreg emoji, but for monk stuff. Pregnant Chi-Ji? Yeah, it's like a Chi-Ji with a big old belly. Yeah. Oh, bam, Crit Cake landed the spell reflect that owns. Streaming full time? Yeah, let us. Yeah. User's been removed. Restoration Druid has been given roll as compensation. Bro, give Priest roll. Give Priest roll. What's the Mpreg emoji mean? I mean, it's just a thing, you know, it's just a bit. Someone like says something. Someone says something and you just Mpreg emoji them. Trade you roll for PI? It's a tempting offer. It's a tempting offer, but Mama said never to make a deal with a Mistweaver. We gotta return to 80% feather, true. True. That is a big need. Little Ardruid buff next tuning. Mods, ban that guy. Mpreg emoji him. Yeah, I'm down to get roll if it means that we can grip people off ledges again. You used to be able to grip while you were falling, but you can't do that anymore. They got rid of that a long time ago. Yeah. Blizzard will make your spec pregnant. Do I have my treadmill under my desk? Yeah. Yeah, I just turned it 90 degrees, put it under my desk. So sad Arms is doing so bad? It looks like Warlock's just bugged and insane. I wouldn't say Arms is doing bad.
Oh no, holy, why?
Because they fixed the bug, Neurotic. Thank you for the 2 months. They fixed the bug with Flash Heal. So Benediction actually buffs your Flash Heal. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. I love it. I love it. Exactly, Zool. What will it take for Monk to compete with other healers? Some kind of good raid buff, basically. When they don't have good crowd control, when they don't do any damage, when there's no, like, there needs to be a reason, right? And the problem is there's just no, like, thing to bring them in. Only feels like the retirement home for healers. No, you keep saying that. I'm gonna send you to the retirement home. This shit owns. This is fun. Code, thank you for the new sub. Where next? Here, I'm gonna turn the AC on. It is super hot in this room. Get some more water too. Be right back. Okay. So you know how they say that like genetically modified organisms and stuff like that can be bad and whatnot, and that like you can kind of tell if something's a GMO because it looks like too good. Is this not the most massive banana you'd ever seen in your life? This thing's insane. Like ridiculous. It's like bigger than my head. I got a pretty big ass head. Yeah. Second most? Mine's bigger. You think that's average? You guys, so many of you guys in chat are lying. So many of you guys in chat are just lying. You cannot be lying to me right now. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Let the inspections begin. You little freak. Oh my goodness. Just aren't genetically modified enough to understand? Apparently not. Yeah, why are the organic ones big? Maybe that's what I got. I got an organic banana. Yeah. GMOs give you superpowers. Don't listen to the lizard Illuminati trying to keep you from opening your third eye. Which add-ons are incompatible? And can you check your CurseForge and see if you have any add-on updates? The super soil. Love that. Y'all are trying to lie to a priest? Come on. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him. Heard massive banana and came running. Let's go. Nah, Oracle Holy Priest is just not that good right now, unfortunately. Now I have a meat stick. Yeah, I got that. I got a little bit of jerky. I'm a little hungry. I'm gonna do Holy Valley next run. Next run. Yeah, just make sure they're up to date from CurseForge and stuff, Soil. Any panel add-on that gives LVY type guild online status? I don't know, but I'm interested. Probably no Druid today. They didn't get any changes. We know they're OP. We know they're crazy. Yeah, the next book just got delivered, which is good because I was reading the novella that Serafita got me, which actually ended up being the perfect like segue into the second book because it goes into the backstory of Durzo Blint. So this is the latest book I finished reading, which is The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks. Yeah. Holy Priest Oracle's mediocre. Yeah. Got on your list? Dude, it's fucked up at the beginning. The beginning of this book is really fucked up. Okay? And I don't use that lightly. Brent Weeks is awesome, Prez. What are you talking about? Just start fantasy? No, I have like a shit ton of fantasy books. If you want, I could literally put like entire armfuls of books on my desk. Yeah, I read the Lightbringer series. I loved it. I loved it.
5.
Yeah, so like once I got through the beginning of the book, it was a lot less fucked up, and I was like, okay, cool, I can read it. But if the entire book was just the beginning, I was like, ugh.
5,
Yeah.
4.
I try, Locourt.
2.
Yeah, that's called The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks. But if you want a better, well, so far, I haven't finished it. That's only the first book in the series. I would really recommend you read the Lightbringer series. I think the Lightbringer series is amazing. I'm an enormous fan of it.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
I think it's fantastic. Yeah. Other two books are amazing. I love them. I can't wait. I've not read Dungeon Crawler Carl, but I've heard it recommended almost every time I bring up reading, so I hear it's good. Maybe I'll do it after. Yeah. How do you move the frames in Dander's frames? At the top it says unlock. I'm using Dander's frames, Tomo. Keys are a little harder, but not that much. It's like 1 key level. Yeah. 16s and 17s is where it starts getting challenging, I would say. Yeah, well, Pit also has a lot of curse spells, so you can see the curse on crit right now. It requires a lot of healing. There's another one on myself, requires a lot of healing, because we don't really have people using their curse spells. Unfortunately. Yeah, Palm got nerfed, Exorcy, in beta, so it's not as strong as it used to be. Yep. Why would Blizzard do this to H-Pal? Everyone was happy with that Crusader Strike. I don't know if everyone was. I definitely had people in my chat asking for it. But they're nowhere to be found now that it's gotten added. I don't know. Is what it is. I think he dispelled that one. I just let him rot just to see what would happen. Yep. I'll have to try Shaman today, man, B, and we'll see. Prince of Thorns? I have not. I have not. I haven't read Red Rising either. I've read all of the Sanderson stuff. Read all of Mistborn, Era 1 and 2, all the Stormlight archives, up to number 5, right? Oh my god. I gotta dispel that. Next time. The Powder Mage series, fantastic, amazing. Also one of my favorites. I've finished the Joe Abercrombie First Law trilogy and his follow-up series, The Great Leveler, which was also fantastic. So yeah, John was telling me about Malazan, and it's John J. Bravada. He's been my I don't know, reading recommender, I guess. And so I've just been reading everything that he's been recommending me lately. Concierge. There's a better word. Yeah, I was like, what do I call this? My guide through words. My reading dealer. There you go. I like that one the best. He's been my reading dealer. And he hasn't missed. Reading heresy? Yeah, I don't do audiobooks. I don't do audiobooks. I don't do Kindles. I want the book. I would like the book in my hands. I don't deal, I just use. Actually, that's true. I gotta go get it myself. Thanks, Toma. That was a book. It's a pretty cool, magical adventure. Someone designs books for a living. We appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. I just like having the thing. Even if by the time that I finish a book, you know, I've kind of like rumpled up the spine of it or something like that. I don't know. I like the well-worn vibe. Marty, thank you for the heart. How do I watch Subway Surfer clips while I read? 3/5 done with Wind and Truth and not a massive fan. There's a lot of setup. There's a lot of setup and there's a lot of build up for the emotional payoff. And I think if you're not, I guess, interested in sort of like the mental health struggles in Stormlight Archive, it may not really be the whole series for you, because a lot of the relationship with the Spren is just based upon people's psychological profiles and how it has an impact on what order they join. After getting into some more fantasy, I see your argument a lot better, John. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. The Kite Runner, wasn't that about like Afghanistan or something like that? I feel like I read that in school. We are talking about Stormlight Archive, which, by the way, that and Mistborn got picked up by Apple. Oh, I know exactly what book you're talking about. That was really gross, and I had to read it in school. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass on that. Yeah, Mistborn's gonna be a movie, and I think Stormlight's gonna be a TV show. Or I think Mistborn's gonna be multiple movies on, but it's gonna be on Apple TV. Yeah. Yeah, Benediction actually does work. Exercy. Yeah, Vaco hit me up. Actually, I had like 3 people hit me up at the same time. It was great. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, and apparently Apple's been having a much better track record. Much better track record with streaming services. Yeah. The Rock needs to play Rock in Stormlight. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Benediction Worth versus an unbuffed Poe? Probably. But like you should, I mean that's just like a fundamental of the spec. You should not be having unbuffed Poes. I'm gonna have something to say. I'm gonna come to your house if you have unbuffed Prayer of Healings. Yep. Nah, Stormlight's more mature. Yeah. It's good. It does go into a lot of like the mental health struggles of the different characters. Yeah. Thanks, Marty. New Pruning Field. Some classes are good. I think Holy Disc and Druid are good. Some other ones not so good, you know? Kite Runner was heavy, not sure I'd call it gross. I would. I would. There's some disgusting stuff in there, man. Favorite series of books? Of all time, probably Redwall. Of all time, probably Redwall. Lately? Either Mistborn Era 2 or the follow-up to the First Law trilogy, the Great Leveler trilogy. Because like there's a book called Best Served Cold, which I read recently, and it's about this mercenary general and her brother who are thrown off a mountain by the duke that they were serving, and she survives, he dies, and she plots to get revenge. That's the beginning of the book, and it's on the back of the book. Shut up, Sean. And she plots to get revenge, and it's like, It's like an Ocean's 11 kind of thing where they get people of specific skills together to plot revenge, but it's for murder. It's great. It's really great. There's this scene, and that would be a spoiler. It is actually the very first scene. I could tell them the spoiler about the bank, John. I could tell them that. No, Disc is better, Snacks, but they fixed a long-standing Holy Priest bug, and so I just wanted to see how it feels to play it when the bug is actually fixed. Yeah. It just been bad. Should that to me if he cares he spoils the book? Well, I didn't want to spoil it for chat. I was gonna tell them about the bank scene, but it's probably for the best if I don't. You know? Tom, thank you for the new sub, bro. Get one buff Poe into a hymn cast. So, the one I was just talking about, Best Served Cold by Joe Abercrombie. You don't need to read the previous trilogy, but I think it's worth, because it kind of like establishes the universe. If you want an example, it's kind of like, imagine the Game of Thrones universe and how it's all focused on like mostly Westeros, and then this kind of goes in to like, hey, what's going on the other continents? But I would recommend you read the First Law trilogy, because it's really good on its own, and it'll explain the universe. Yeah. Nah, Void Weaver Disc still sucks. Void Weaver Disc still sucks. Dude, these cryo stomps, baby. They get everybody. They get everybody. Sorry, I gotta lock in here. Everyone thinks I'm There we go. Oh my goodness, my mana. Bro, I would love some Surge procs. Let's see if we survive this. Give me a surge proc. I need a surge proc. Nice. All right. We didn't get our surge proc, but we lived. Tobalok, thank you for the prime. And Tomas at Play, thanks for the prime as well from earlier. Exclamation mark UI, Hermit. So, yeah, you're playing Lightweaver. It costs a lot of mana. If they added heal, it'd be perfect for a fight like this. I definitely overhealed a little bit, and that would help a lot. Yep. Yep. If they removed all the passive healing, would I rename myself Manual Jack? Absolutely. Sounds amazing. Yeah, Mistweaver's on the struggle bus, Martin. Yeah. Appreciate it, Tom. Thank you, bro. I've got, well, I think I have some kind of haste buff going on right now. I don't think that's the accurate level of haste I have. TBH. Oh my god. Finally, I have it a spell. Getting jumped. So I'll update the Holy Guide then? With what?
I simply wish you had lasted a little
Tragic.
longer.
Guys, it is updated. I'll call Ian right now, Druid Forever. As soon as you change your name. Yeah, we played a little Holy Pally earlier, and then the next dungeon we do, we'll be playing. Holy Pally. Yeah, you need to have verse. Yeah, guides are good for pre-patch. I don't talk about like benediction and stuff because that's for next expansion. It hasn't come out yet. What was that explosion? Reddit was in shambles that Crusader Strike was back. I know nothing about HBAL. Just imagine that you had lower cooldowns on your abilities, basically. And they increased those cooldowns, but they gave you a button that would lower those cooldowns back again. So you could still have a similar level of cooldowns, but you have to spend more time in melee to cast that ability, which gives you the cooldown reduction that you want. That's kind of how it goes. Just more work. Now I'm playing Archon, Holy Priest for raids, and M+ next expansion. That is way better than Oracle. Because they nerfed Prayer of Mending quite a bit. They nerfed it quite a lot.
We could probably use these parts. Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your contribution.
Yeah, Bigwigs is not up to date for this boss, or has some issues with this boss. I don't know. Gonna hear a lot of fatalities. We're gonna do another dungeon after this on HPAL. I mean, it's not like, I don't know, it's not like the moon exploded or anything, but it's not great having to work extra hard for something that was fine before. And it really like begs the question for me, because it's like, do you want Paladin to be a caster? If yes, then why are you pushing them into melee? And if you don't want them to be a caster, then why are you encouraging so many caster spells? Magthari, thank you for the 2 months. That's kind of my thing. Maybe more choosy with my Prayer of Healing casts. Fatality. Fatality. Yeah, Benediction finally works. Finally. How'd I do the damage meter? It's just because of beta. They updated the damage meter in beta, but they didn't update it on live yet. Yeah, when the X-Pack comes out, it'll be updated for live. Yay. The debuff in the top left is a really bad idea that Blizzard made that they thought would be sick. It's called a boss debuff. And what Blizzard basically did was they set up everything that a boss does into the top left corner for a boss debuff instead of a normal debuff. But then any dispellable effect will have that icon and then the colored border. And it's super hard to see. So it's quite bad. And also, you cannot filter. You can't filter them either. So it's like a, I don't know. It's not a really well thought out setup that they've done. What they need to do is either give you like full control over manipulating those things, or they need to restrict them to just very, very specific stuff. I don't know, pick one. Yep. Yep. Hey, welcome back, okay. Did you take the big guy to the shades first? Yeah, you want to kill the shades because they have a minute to kill them. Otherwise, they explode. Explain the change regarding borrowed time and harsh discipline. Yeah, so you know where borrowed time's position was, Zareen? That blocked divine procession, which blocks greater smite. And greater smite, something that you would run potentially if you were Void Weaver. And so having borrowed time, aka casting powered shield, about on cooldown for something like Void Weaver is really, really bad. Because you already don't cast shield on cooldown as Oracle, and you would cast it even less on cooldown, I believe is the technical term. But you were playing Void Weaver. So it was like a convenience change, basically. It also makes the mid-range talents, the talents in the middle middle section, more competitive. Because you have to get that harsh discipline. So it makes it harder to take certain talents, like that bottom right one, which increases your shadow damage atonement, or shadow atonement. And then it also makes it harder to get pain and suffering, which is extra dot damage. Even though your dots are legitimately good, it's kind of tough to take that talent since it's a 2-pointer. So, yeah. Yeah, it was bug sack. Whatever it is in this fight, it hates. It just hates. Yeah, you bet, dude. But yeah, it's like, it's a very small change, Zareen, to hopefully eventually make Void Weaver better. It's a start. If your dandruff frame starts to get flaky, will you report dandruff? Such a dork. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Coffee doesn't, though. Yeah, you should just tell him more, because I know Coffee won't appreciate it. Other than Priest, what am I playing at midnight is my number 2 and 3. I prefer to discuss the number 2 just with me in the bathroom. But I'll probably be doing Priest and Druid. I'm still kind of torn on whether or not I'm going to play Paladin. I'm annoyed with what they're doing with it. Just so unnecessary. Haven't done Shaman yet today. I'm going to do Pally after this, and then we'll do Shaman after that. That's the game plan. Yeah, no chance I'm going to be playing Monk as one of my like big 3 healers. I mean, I'll level everything. I'll level every healer. And I'll do like weeklies on them and stuff at the start of the expansion, but I'm not gonna like do a bunch with them. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice double surge proc bit. It was a very suboptimal kind of slice to go grab, but it's a lot better than missing. So we take those. I need a smite right now for surge procs. You pop Halo for high damage because it's going to give you surge procs, and surge procs will be used on Prayer of Healing, or right now I'm using them for some spot healing on these two targets for some nice, cheap, effective spot heals. Yeah. So I'm gonna him while I have a chance, because then we're gonna have to run soon. And then hopefully I'll be able to cast my Halo right before we gotta move. Oh, we gotta go. Oh, we gotta go. And now I can cast spells. Casting spells. Wahoo. Oh, let's go. No healers do good damage. Everybody does awful damage. Yeah. Last time Holy was used in the... Holy Priest was in the meta. It was like Shadowlands Season 4. Yeah. Last time Holy Pally was like Dragonflight Season 2. Yeah. Yeet. I think Night Elf would be good, yeah. Night Elf or Dwarf. So... yeah, just gonna be stronger in M+ than Holy. 100%. Alright, on to the Paladin. Yeah, Disco run Oracle, Holy Priest to run Archon. Now we'll do I think we'll do one more Pally Dungeon, and then we'll do Shaman after. I think World First will consider damage in their comp. Disc does good healer damage in World First, maybe. But I mean, Disc also brings lenience, a lot of healing, stuff like that. Yep. Think about Prez getting Spirit Bloom back? Well, I know the Prez Evokers want it. Do I think it's gonna happen? Not really. But anything's possible.
Dark portals are tearing open reality, allowing shadow energy to pour into our realm. Put a stop to this, heroes.
Should I check down the bars? Right here. Hidden bars. No, they didn't add it to the cooldown manager, though. They didn't add it to the cooldown manager at all. Turn off the chat overlay for you. I have chocolate milk with my protein shake. It's very tasty. It's chocolate milk and Oreo. Yeah, you can iron. Uh-huh. You saw Rain cooking with a Farseer Wave build with 2 AA. Do you have a link to it, Try? Because I'll try that. I'd like to. I want to try a totemic setup Val was telling me about. My build? I grabbed Crusader's Might. I don't know if I want to keep Light of the Martyr, but I dropped Righteous Judgment. I was like, healer damage, LOL. But let me know if you would change anything. Yeah, if you have a link to it, Try, or something like that, let me know and I'll bookmark it for when I play Shaman. Basically, I'm just casting Crusader Strike only in downtime when there's nothing going on and I need Judgment and Shock. Yeah. Is what you're running? Let's see. Blame Ellie if bad. Oh, so you're gonna cast more Light of Dawn. Okay. Light of Dawn even at full health to build up barriers. Gotcha. I haven't played with this talent in a while. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know it stacks up. Okay. Yeah. But you would still like Eternal Flame if people need like direct healing and big output and stuff, right? But you would just Light it on if you were like full of holy power and there was downtime. Okay. That makes sense. Is Holy less bloated? Holy Pally or Holy Priest? Holy Pally, I mean, I don't know. There's like not that many buttons. Problem is you have a bunch of buttons that just don't feel like they're that effective. Surprising to see how Blizzard doesn't know what to do with Pally. They're just trying to please too many people. I think they're trying to just like please too many people. Because if they're having this emphasis on like caster-centric talents, right? If they're having an emphasis on caster-centric talents, then you know, then you shouldn't be like in melee all the time, or be having to cast buttons in melee. But if they're gonna push you to cast melee stuff all the time, then they should just give you more instant cast, so you're not forced to be casting a lot of stuff. I don't know. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. My Holy Light's gonna be a lot weaker in this build.
5, 4, 3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
I don't know. They just want you to do like 2 things at once. And I feel like it'd be better if you just did one or the other. Because that's what people remember is like just being in melee or
4, 3, 2.
Like I remember doing like Blackrock Foundry and I was sitting in the back just casting. You know? Just pick a lane. But I mean, I feel like oh, panic. There we go. This damage is insane. And absorbs. Wow, I thought a Seraphic Barrier would be doing more. Hmm. Alright, I think I got like 5 of them out there or something like that. H-Pally feels like they gave him a greater homework assignment for no reason. Yeah, the white bar above my HP is the shielding. This Crusader strikes in, yeah, having a blast with them. The 5 beacons? We almost have full beacons on everybody. Yeah, you get 3 different beacons rolling around all the time. I'm gonna move my beacon onto crit. Photo sharing coming? What does that mean? Does that mean you're gonna be able to have like a picture frame of a selfie? I'm using the new features of the Blizzard damage meter right now. Yeah. It'll be added to live, that's why it's different. Yeah. Later, Bizzle. Yeah, featured in a YouTube highlight from Classic Hardcore today from one of your character death clips. That owns, dude. Congrats.
Figure out their motives and stick to their efforts.
Another expansion, another return to WoW. What up, Evan? And Disc Priest following the legacy. Let's go. How's Disc doing in raids and M+? It owns, man. It owns. Disc is the best healer in raids. Even despite a nerf they just got. And it's like top 2, top 3, depending on who you ask in keys. Anja, thank you for the new sub. So yeah, really good spot for it. You know what's also really, really annoying about Paladin? Wings sucks. Wings sucks ass. It's crazy how bad Wings is. Like, I don't know what ability they have to prune, but I think they really just need to go, like, watch people play Classic Mop or something like that, or go back to Classic Kata, whatever Classic expansion they need to do, and, like, remember that Paladin was known for having, like, big, fat, chunky heals. Sometimes it would have slower playstyles, and it had really strong wings. And, like, they don't need to make it so that you only do healing and wings. You know, you could find, like, some kind of balance there. But, like, it doesn't even feel like wings is that powerful. I pop wings, and I'm like, oh, fuck, what do I do? What do I do now? Gonna get it nerfed some more? I didn't get it nerfed. Don't look at me. Tonight I gotta re-record a video because I was like, I like how Paladin's going, and then they changed it. And then they changed it. You want to be in melee now. You do want to be in melee now. Because there are moments to hit Crusader Strike. It's just like in niche areas where there's downtime plus your abilities are on cooldown. Yeah, Charity Pack owns. They did a really good job with that. Yeah, it doesn't feel like Light of Dawn does that much. Yeah. Oh, they're far. How are healers doing in raids? I think Disc is really good. Druid's really good. Prez is doing well healing wise, but at the same time, it shares a niche with Disc, so I think it might be a little Highlander situation. There can be only one. Yeah, there are some situations that hard cast Flash. Best spot healer in raids? I guess still Paladin. I saw Clarius running this like I just cast build. And he was casting Holy Lights and casting Flashes. And that was about it. And Spenders, of course. Yeah. Yeah, they made a bunch of changes to Resto Shaman. They revamped its sentence and changed how it worked. They added tidal waves back. That's a big one. Bunch of stuff. So Ellesmere just linked his talent build that he's running here. The build I was running before was like a lot more caster centric. Yeah, I'm playing it right now, Rhett. Yeah, I'm playing the build Ellesmere recommended right now. It's a lot of Light of Dawns, like stacking up shields in advance. Healer for a new healer in M+, Druid. Or Disc. You know what would be great is if I had Bubble right now. Man. I kind of miss having the Holy Light caster talents, to be honest. Because in those situations, I could just, like, keep on casting the entire time and just get myself out of a bad situation like that. Dude, the dot damage out of the overload on top of the cat lead is crazy. Popping 18 seconds now. Oh, Jappy Hammer on a Thursday afternoon? Absolutely. It's almost 5 o'clock. Absolutely.
You'll find their viceroy near the entrance to the temple, feebly trying to break in.
Yeah, they were saying they buffed the damage. Yup. Quite a bit. Quite a bit.
I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Feels like they just gave Pally a lot more work and then called it good. Because they increase the cooldowns. They increase the cooldowns, right, of so many of your abilities. And now you have to just Crusader Strike to get them back to a normal cooldown level. It's like, oh great, like, I didn't have to do this work before. Yeah. Druid is like head and shoulders ahead of everybody else in M+. Yeah. Getting my sips interrupted by that stupid new talent. This is insane for a pull. If I sack somebody, I'm just gonna explode. Oh, double destroyer, man. Kill one. Kill one, please. Does... Oh, he died. I gotta set up a beacon again. Oh, I have no idea what they're gonna do, Paolo. I got no idea. I see even damage. Well, it's like when you get into trouble, and one of the reasons I actually liked Paladin before all this was you could kind of light your mana bar on fire and then just start spamming a bunch of holy lights and cleave off of your beacons and kind of manipulate that, and it felt really, really satisfying when you do it right. I guess you could still build that way though. Yeah, I do, Eric. Yep. Well, damage in this fight getting hit by orbs? No, there's like 10 different ways you take a lot of damage in this fight. It is a little insane. And we pulled with extra orbs on this fight too. Right, they added. Yeah, they added more fun. They added bonus fun to the encounter. We love adding bonus fun. Oh my god, I'm dying through casting Light of Dawns. I don't know. I don't know. Oh no. Why is my target cap Light of Dawn so bad? Move my beacons here. Other people are gonna die if not. I had to save myself. I had to save myself. Gregory, thank you for the prime. Bro, help! Oh no!
Pully gang gang. Sad sad.
Sad, sad. That's facts, Vittori. Thank you for those 16 months, man. Ask how HP is. Think I found my answer. I kind of want to try the caster build again in this key and compare them. I don't know. I still got to see how much overall healing I'm getting out of Seraphic Barrier. I find myself just kind of missing my splash heal out of Holy Light and the Divine Overload. And then I can just have like really fat Holy Lights that just kind of keep everybody healthy. As long as I have the mana to afford it. Killer, you think it's going better now? I think Disc Druid are like the big dogs. I think they're the big dogs. Gaiji, thank you so much for the 6 months. Man, this is bad. Alright, we're all dead. We're all dead. Holy Priest is better than it was in War Within. Holy Pally, there's parts I like and there's parts I don't like. I think Prez is a little bit of a struggle bus right now. Yeah. Yeah, losing the wings. I cannot believe everyone's still alive. I see how I have wings now. I'm not popping it right now because we're about to go into the amp phase. But I pop wings on pull and then we immediately wiped. And that made it a lot harder to heal, as you might imagine. Oh man. It's so absurd how much damage is when all the chimes are out. Like, it makes sense, right? But it's like when you feel it, when you see it. Yeah, Irish can't live with that. I mean, they're gonna kill it here, which is fine. Oh my god, dude, the damage. Yeah. I need like burst. And of all things, Paladin just like Doesn't have burst. Yeah. This is the build Ellesmere recommended, and it has Seraphic Barrier. Does it have everything here? Yeah, because I just logged over. It's got Seraphic Barrier, which is like 6% of my overall. Yeah. You tried the Wowhead Guides one for talent builds and stuff like that. On both, Eric. You can do whichever, man. Dander's frames. Yeah. Dander's frames. Yeah. Here's the build that he was running with. Coffee, thank you for the 5 months, man. Or 5 gifted. Oh my god, I say the number 5. Welcome into Chirality, Leopard, Stalia, Stork, and Diva. Rodolfo, thank you for the prime as well, dude. Mm-hmm. Not yet, Bean. Not yet. Just looking at the talent differences. I'm gonna do one more dungeon with Pally. I want to try some different stuff. Let me go back to what I was running before, and let me see how this goes. Let me try this, and let me see how it goes. Yeah, you have double Crusader Strike baseline. I'm gonna main Priest, MZ. Yep. Bean, thank you for the 29 months. I'm gonna try to sit back and be a bit more casterish. Oh, they want to do Magister's Terrace. $17 maybe. I'm down to try. It's basically like you just have to work harder. I feel like you just have to work a lot harder to get your shocks and judgments back than what you had before. Chat, do you guys see Nagura is going to be a German-only streamer now? That's fucking crazy. Yeah, switching to German content. Yeah. Should fuck English. Hate this language. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she was owning, has been owning with Sauerkraut. Yeah. I haven't watched the video, but she's technically Italian, but the Swiss Alps, or I guess the Alps, split the German people around the Alps. So there's people north of the Alps in Germany, Austria, whatever. People south of the Alps that are ethnically German, but they are in Italy. Yeah. So, you know, she's of Germanic origin, but she's an Italian citizen. Did I know they added housing? Yeah, they added some sick stuff. Tyrol. South Tyrol, I think is what it's called. Looks super pretty, though. Yeah. Party frames I use? Dander's frames, Toasty. Press is kind of tough and pugging. Yeah, Press is kind of tough and pugging. Yeah, Austria is not Germany. We already had this understanding in history. A couple times, in fact. Couple times. Some people thought they could have some, what do they call it? Lebensraum. Something like that. Room to grow. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna keep on pushing for their marquee thing, Paradox. I think what I'm kind of worried about is the fact that they didn't really have any new M+ system coming around. It kind of surprises me that there was nothing they could have learned or stolen from Fellowship, you know? Like, Fellowship's gonna have some ups and downs and all that other kind of stuff, but like, there was nothing they could have stolen from that game? I don't know. There's a lot of extra setup, top notch. I have a video about the easiest and hardest healers that I just put up the other day. And it goes pretty in depth if you want to check it out. Maybe they'll steal the devs. I think a lot of the Fellowship devs are former Blizzard. But they're going to do like multiple seasons. You know, the game doesn't have a subscription, so they can kind of afford to have ups and downs, you know? The better thing is, what would I want them to take from Fellowship? I think there's some fun affixes, like that Stone Skin one, where you kill a high health mob and it just kills everything else around you. I think the boss mechanics are pretty fun, and how they show you the mechanics as you're doing the fight, and then they combo the mechanics. So it'll basically be like, here's a swirly to dodge. And then, I'm trying to use an example. Here's a soak, and there's a swirly underneath, so dodge it. And then the boss grabs you into the middle, and you have to run out. And then the boss grabs you in the middle, and you have to spread out for a bleed, and then you have to combo these mechanics all together. It was a really cool way of just like showing you the mechanics, and then it ramps. Yeah, it ramps in difficulty, and it gets more challenging. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could draw it. I don't know if I could draw it. But yeah, I mean, I can go worse too. Yeah, see? Still, I'm a little surprised that there's like no systemic change going on. I love what they did for adding a mini raid. You know? I love what they did for adding the mini raid. I'm a big fan of that. They need some more reasons for us to keep on playing throughout a season. That's for sure. I'm using Sensei Class Resource Bar. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, Sup. I think they're playing it safe too, man. I'm with you. I like that hide and seek thing, Jet. If we can do that with a stream, I mean, obviously I can't hide, but I can go seek. I think that would be sick. Don't change the status quo, nothing to throw your hands up in the air about. But I want them to do something, I don't know, different, weird in the season 2, because season 2s are always the slowest period, and it's in the summer, which is also a slower period. So like, I hope that's when they try to reconsider and cook up some new stuff around Plus. I would be okay if it was a bad season, but they came up with something interesting and, you know, something good came out of it, right? I don't know. Are they doing an H-Pal? Making us work. Making us work. All right.
5,
Let's
4,
try to old caster build a little more.
2, 1.
18 Magister's Terrace. We're probably gonna die. We're probably gonna die.
Holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm.
But we'll see.
The Shore of Twilight.
So I should have swapped the druid for this one? Nah. This is some stress testing, man. Just a bit of stress testing. And there's no stress testing without stress. Oh, what the fuck? Chat, what fell behind me? Can't tell. Do you guys see anything that fell? Oh, it's some of the hexagon panels. No, the tree's there. It's some of the hexagon panels. I have some like hexagon light panels behind my tree. Yeah. Lag, crazy lag. And people who do 17s, 18s? Maybe, but I don't think you need to anymore because they got rid of that vault thing. I had no idea, Paradox. Be kind of sick if they did some mini event or something like that for the mini raids. That'd be kind of sick. Should I get more difficult? I don't know if it's like difficult as so much as like more busy work, right? How's Pally? I'm on cooldown. Oh my god, this lag, dude. It's all just server lag, too. I think I can heal the stuff fine. Just a lot more work. Well, they said the They already showed the one boss raid for the season 1. That's like a spore dude. Sensei class resource bar, Naru.
To think Ramos would go this far to keep me out.
You'll go no further.
There we go.
These new defenses were specially made.
Anyone couldn't channel the light because the jailer fuck with them? That's H-Pal. He just needed the power of friendship.
The construct ahead is heightening Ramos' spellwork. Destroy it.
I'm playing hooky. How do I live?
All students must follow policy. Policy demands compliance.
Meta defining change of president having TA on the frames? Yeah, probably like Saturday, I think. It may be Friday. We'll see. But it's, oh my god, it's gonna change at some point. Or it's getting a test at some point. It was gonna be today, but then you know. It's not visible on the cooldown manager, Naru, so I'm basically just hitting it during downtime. Yeah.
Suppressive measures necessary.
It's not showing shield or Atoma default settings. There's something. Is there something you need to turn off or turn on? No. Damn, I spoiled it. There's not something you need to turn on, Toasty. There's something you need to turn off, and that is the LVY frames. Because the LVY frames don't play nice with the Danders frames. Yeah. Sunwell raid before the first boss. This is the Magister's Terrace. Reloaded. Yeah. It's actually ridiculous how many, like, add-on conflicts are going on right now. It's a little absurd. I'm playing beta and they have, like, better... They have better raid frames, or better damage meters.
Disciplinary measures. Compliance is not optional.
Nah, I don't think we have voodoo anymore, man.
Proceeding with impairment. Please remain still.
In raids, your evangelism on cooldown, all you can do is 5-man heal with radiance. Well, usually in between your evangelism cooldown, you'll use like both evangelism charges together for like mini ramps for healing.
But effective. The finisher
Yeah.
should be just ahead.
You're not trying to like consistently be healing all of the time. You're trying to do a lot of healing for a brief period of time, and then you kind of chill for a bit. I don't have logs. Baby Brain might. Or Crit Cake might. awful your base is still not able to play the game properly without having the perfect add-ons, working together, being aware of all the interactions with them. It is what it is. If you can, I don't know if you have access, Wake, to wowhead.com, but that's where my guides are at. I can't really explain how to play disc and raids really effectively in the key, but my guides do. And I'll have videos and stuff like that out for it too, with the new expansion. Can try to explain after this dungeon is over. I think midnight's gonna be a great time to learn healing, to be honest. We're kind of like coming out of the, I think, some of the worst times to be a healer in Dragonflight and the War Within. And I think we're actually going in the right direction. Yeah, I use enhanced QOL. Yeah, if you want like a full list of all my add-ons, just check the UI channel in my Discord. Just scroll up a little bit and there's a whole list of all the add-ons I'm using right now. Or you could just !UI, check the Wago link. You don't need to install the UI link or anything like that. You can just see the whole list of add-ons that are there. Yeah.
Stand down. I have permission from Lorthamar himself.
Druid healing among the highest APM? Yeah, maybe that, maybe Pally. Maybe Monk.
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields. Your fall is written. Speak no more. I am unrelenting.
Is there only 2 now?
Your fall is written.
Looks like it. W change Blizzard Entertainment LLC, Company of Delaware. Bro, having 3 of those to deal with was stupid. Class changes on wowhead.com. See HP power go below 70%, we'll get used to it. I don't know, at least this caster build I think is really, really nice. Because I feel like I can just cast my way out of my problems. But it definitely comes at the expense of your mana. Well, that's the thing, if I was running Virtue on top of that, it would be really, really challenging to like keep my mana positive, you know? Yeah, I can show talents afterwards. We're fighting monsters. Yeah. Mods, beat that guy with hammers. Get him. If you want. You don't care. If you're not cringe, you can stay. I'll allow it? Alright. Just trying to give you guys some fun fodder. You guys have to worry about mana? A couple of them do. Holy Priest, Holy Pally. Disc a little. Not that much. It's kind of a grow up scenario. I'm playing Uncle Harold. So too early to tier the specs? Well, I was working on a tier list and then they made changes, so I'm now testing more healers to be ready and understand what the changes did. Oh, is it clipped a little bit, Meadow? Yeah, is it like the bottom of it is clipped? I can check it for next stream. It doesn't let me adjust the canvas until I end the stream. Yeah. After I make the update the tier list, they're gonna revert the changes and do even more? Well, I guess that means I'm gonna have to make another video. Oh no. Oh no, more tier lists? Tier list slop, give it. People fucking love tier list. I worry about like making too many tier lists. I worry about the tier list slop, and then everyone's like, please make more. I was like, really? All right. I mean, okay, you know? If you say so. I will make a trinket video. Yeah. That's in the works. That's in the works. with just a look. Bottom half of it? Okay. I will check it after the stream, Meadow. Hopefully I'll have it ready for next stream.
I
Man.
simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Oh, don't, take your time. No rush. Ugh. Do you guys know that freedom gives you more movement speed than a feather does for a priest? Pretty rad. Let's do that. Resources for getting ready for raid. I'll have some raid guides and stuff out. I'm working on them right now. I'm working on them right now. This lag's going crazy. And I died to I don't even know what. Because this tracker is just awful. I don't know. Probably doesn't have any other movement. Dude, I know, man. This fight's gonna take a while. Oh my god, like what? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get what's killing us. Just wipe. No, they haven't reverted the... I guess they have, yeah. Crusader Strike is back, yeah. Yeah. Man, I was hoping to be able to do the last boss. I gotta open a window. This room is on fire again. Ugh. Yeah. Paladin's got Crusader Strike. It just feels like you have to do a lot of work. Feels like you had to do a lot of work. It's not on the cooldown manager because they didn't add it to the cooldown manager. Yep. What can you do? This Void Weaver disc. Me too, man. Zach, thanks so much for the prime. I was hoping that we would be able to do that final fight. I feel like the setup I'm running with right now is a lot less GCD intensive. Because like when you needed to run with like Seraphic Barrier, I feel like I was just spending so much time genning Holy Power to build up shields that like, I don't know, they kind of just seemed a little too weak. I didn't really feel like I could notice them all the time. And then the other side of it is, I guess if I understand it right, it's like 15% of the healing that Word of Glory and Light of Dawn would end up doing are instead shields. Which like feels good if you're already ahead when it comes to healing and you're overhealing a lot. But I also didn't really feel like I was ahead that often with Paladin. And if anything, I feel like I was the opposite, where I needed to like have abilities that bail me out of bad situations. And that's why I like, you know, Divine Overload and Resplendent, because then I can actually like use these in conjunction with beacons and then just do a bunch of healing in like emergency situations. I think Warlock's just hard bugged and doing 1 trillion damage. I believe. Yeah. Oh yeah, who had that Farseer build? Just bugged. Yeah, apparently Warlock very balanced once again. Once again. YouTube scrubbing Kalamazzi is a video on Warlock bugs, yeah. Try playing without Crusader Might. I did that in the very first dungeon, and it sucked ass. It was really bad. Because there is like enough downtime periods that it is worthwhile to use the Crusader Strikes. There was enough. Yeah. Overall, sure. Sure. Recent raid testing logs. What you do whenever you're trying to find raid testing is you go to your Warcraft logs, go to raids, and click on, you know, whatever testing you want to do. You could just go to Manaforge Omega, click on all reports. Okay. And then in the URL, just change the number. It's at zone 44. I'm going to change it to, I don't know, zone 45. Nope, that's M+. Zone 46. Some random shit. 47. Mythic Plus Season 1. That's for beta. 48. There you go. Void Spire, DR, MQD. Bam. And then just sort by date uploaded. Yeah. There's usually not like a good, I don't know, link every single time, but that's how you can do it all the time. So just keep on adding up the number until you get what you need. Yep. Unit frames is unhalted unit frames. Druid is very overpowered, but it felt a little boring at the end. Is it all healers or Druid especially? I think Druid's fun personally, but there's plenty of fun healers out there. You just gotta find what you enjoy. You just gotta find what you like. Where was Val's ping? Let's see. Shaman time? Yeah, I'm looking for the build. Val was running. And somebody said they had was it Tricane, I think? I don't know if he actually linked it in chat or not. Yeah. Rain doesn't archive his streams. I don't remember the build from memory. Chain heal bad. Buffs might not make it meta. Okay. But he was running Farseer with double AA. Sajikos, thank you for the new sub. What have you most of the WoW announcements? Mini raids. Yeah. Mini raids and then being able to copy a server profile. Those are like the big ones. Yeah. Actually, I'll give some like final thoughts for Pally if people want it in like clip form or something along those lines. So Pally got Crusader Strike back, and then they increased the cooldown of Judgment and Holy Shock so that during downtime, you're supposed to cast Crusader Strike to give you Shock and Judgment back. But it's really frustrating because that button just does no healing whatsoever. So when you're in situations where everyone's totally healthy and there's nothing going on, then great, you can cast some Crusader Strikes and get Judgments and Shocks. But you already had a lot of Shock and Judgment before. Now they just made the cooldowns heavier to give Crusader Strike something to do, basically. So they kind of added a spell and added gameplay. They're like, wow, look, it's reducing your cooldown. But your cooldown was like already lower before. So there's like a situation, of course, where you're going to cast it and everything. But yeah, it just feels like it's busy work. I don't know. I still think Pally's like, I don't know, I guess they're dead average, right? I think they're like the 4th best healer in M+. I think it's like Druid, then Disc, then probably Shaman. We'll see. Then Paladin. I'll go test Shaman now. So it's like you're still better than some other healers and keys, but it's definitely some extra work. You bet, Sagicos. Appreciate the new sub, dude. Yeah. Haven't tested the Dis nerf yet, but it's a light one. It's a very, very light one. It's not like the end of the world. I mean, yeah, I mean, every time I was playing, basically like every time I was playing Paladin on stream the past couple weeks, people would come into chat and be like, I miss Crusader Strike. So I was like, yeah, I fully expected to be because people were complaining about it. Yeah. This looks good. You had pauses in the gameplay, but Crusader Strike needs to be reworked. Something in beta legit sitting there, but this wasn't it. Seems like almost like a lazy way to go about it. Yeah. But I like the caster talents. I mean, they're obviously very constrained by mana. But having abilities that just do big chunky healing, I don't know, maybe it falls off at really high levels or something like that, but it felt like, oh no, I'm in danger. I can just cast a Holy Light and then there's no more danger. It was like really nice. It's really, really nice. Yo, thank you, coffee. Oh, man. All right, well, I think I'm probably going to run this build. Let me run to the bathroom real fast, though. Give me 1 sec. Let's try some shaman. What a minute. Mm-hmm. What's Farseer have going for it? Basically, I guess better direct healing because your ancestors are gonna replicate your healing waves. That's what it seems like. Pally's rioting again. Yeah, it basically just seems like you got extra work, like extra busy work added onto your plate. You know? Like you can still do most of the things. Take resurgence, let me see. Let me see. But yeah, it's just like they increased the cooldowns of some abilities, and now they're like, yeah, go cast some extra stuff. I don't know if I really need it, but then what am I gonna get? Healing Rain? I feel like Shaman just doesn't have good talents. I feel like Shaman just doesn't have good talents at all. I don't really have mana issues, you're right, I don't. But then like Chain Heal's still a bad button. I don't need really more Riptides. I have 3 freaking charges of it. Downpour is not good. I mean, I'm not running Healing Rain because that's not good. Not casting Healing Rain. Every Riptide, your heals are 0.5% more effective. Like, yay. Chain Heal's bad. Just like, I don't know. What am I running? What am I doing here? Yeah, I'll play Totemic after this one. We'll do 2 dungeons. We'll do 2. I just feel like there's a bunch of talents that just, I'm like, I don't really care about these. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, 20, 25% buff on Chain Heal or something like that. See, my Chain Heal is hitting. He's 66k crit. Whoa. 23 and then 8. Lovely. I'll play Totemic next dungeon. I'm gonna start with Farseer. Yeah. Jump reduction, the Chain Heal. Apparently they love that. Apparently they love that. Totemic makes a comeback. I'll play it after this. Don't get me wrong, I'll play it. I'll try it right after. I figured it'd be better if we just try both hero talents. Miss High Tide? Maybe High Tide? I don't know, something. I don't know if it needs to be High Tide or instead of it being based on like mana consumption, you just like have the buff and then you spend it and it has like a 30-second recharge or something like that. I don't know. Something though. I mean, Whispering Waves was garbage passive healing. It was garbage passive healing. I get that people missed it and everything like that, but they kept nerfing that stuff because it's just a bunch of like fluff patty heals. I know people are going to be upset about that take, but it's the truth. They're like, I miss my extra passive heals. Ah. But then, yeah. Well, the problem with all the Apex talents is like, you can't add more bloat to healer specs. You can't add more power to healer specs and assume nothing's gonna happen. It's annoying.
5, 4, 3,
it's annoying.
2, 1.
My
So.
sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Oh, hello. Oh, whoopsie. That was a heal. Shaman equal delete? Nah. They're still really, really good single target healing. Chain heal's still bad. Here's a chain heal for you. Whoa, that was like 8% of his life. Wow. I could buff it by 30%. And it would do 12% of his life. Whoa! Sheesh.
She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has
That's some real shit. That is some real gaming. What's up, GM? It's like they pruned a lot, and I feel like the entire point of pruning, if you prune abilities, then everything that remains should be strong, useful, powerful in some way, right? In some different way. But then that's just not the case. So I just don't understand. What are we doing? What's that guy doing? I mean, Shaman feels fine, just kind of boring. Because it's like, I Riptide, I Heal Wave. I guess now I have some Tidal Wave stacks to track and to think about. But it's not really like a lot. Not a whole lot of brain power being utilized here. Not much going on in the old noodle. This is the Holy Priest main. Hi! Chat, clip it! He said of a Holy Priest main! It's so funny because Holy Priest does actually have more going on than the rest of Shaman. What do you mean, the disc only writer? Yep. We'll try Totemic after this. Yeah, so I already had a tier list recorded and my editor was working on it. And then the changes happened. So I gotta re-record the Paladin bit. Because there's some stuff that still works, there's some stuff that doesn't work. So I just gotta re-record the whole thing. But then I'll have it out, hopefully by this weekend. Oh yeah, I actually gotta get on it. Yeah. It is what it is.
The soothing soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
Get in there, tank. Don't be afraid. Hey, doing well, man. It's a good healer to play if one used to Holy Pally healing. Holy Pally? I mean, I think Holy Pally will still be fine. I think they just kind of added some more chores to the spec. It feels like. But I'd say, like, maybe Holy Priest. Holy Priest might be really fun. I think it will be. How's Evoker feel without Spirit Bloom? It's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. Because the Apex talent doesn't even feel like it does enough healing on its own to replace it. Now, if it did, it'd be fine. Like, they could just make it proc less often or something like that and make it more powerful. But I don't know why they don't. It's really strange. But, like... Ascendance is, like, I think it might actually be the most powerful, like, healing cooldown. It's so powerful. It's way too overpowered. As we see Spirit Shell make a return. Big fat 0. You need to wait long enough for new devs to come in and completely forget why Spirit Shell was removed. And they're like, oh yeah, I remember when players had that. That slapped. Let's add that back. Of the OP and raid, suffer an M+ healers. Always gotta main that one. Yep. That's facts. Thankfully, my guild has 2 M+ers, myself and a loon, and then 2 non-M+ers in Zorg and Sunny. So it makes it easy. Apotheosis is really powerful. That's true. Apotheosis might be a little too powerful too. But that's also broken up into 2 talents. Because you have Apotheosis and then you have Divinity. But this is like just Ascendance on its own. It feels like it's super, super insane. Yeah. I'm fine losing Whispering Waves because it was just passive, fluffy healing. And I'm morally opposed to overly large amounts of passive healing output. It is a scourge that must be fought. We must fight it in the streets, in the kitchens, in the farms. It's fun, but it was fun until they nerfed it so badly. I would also be more open to it if Chain Heal, Healing Rain, all that other stuff felt better. But it doesn't. So it's kind of like 2 parts for me. It's kind of like 2 parts for me. A shaman gonna deal with AoE? Just Surge, I guess. Just keep on alternating between high value single target healing. Slink. Pray for Ascendance procs.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General.
Yeah, I hope the healing stream trickle heals go to the right targets. True. Kill off Cosmic Ripple. Facts. Destroy it. Nuke it from orbit. You ever had it where you got the technology as in Command and Conquer Generals in the US got a particle cannon and they would just like zap down a big line of damage onto structures or onto units? Oh, that was the best. My neighbor Austin and I would play so much Command and Conquer back in the day. I would like turtle up until I had the particle cannon, build all kinds of base defenses, make him attack me. I was that guy. I was that annoying guy. Yeah, I think my first computer game ever was actually Command and Conquer Red Alert. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, the general specialization when you got 0 Hour was really sick because every faction, there was the GLA, which was like the terrorists, there was the US, and there was China. And then when you got the 0 Hour expansion, you could have like specialized generals for each faction. And so there was like a US Air Force general, and there was like a US energy weapons general. Oh, it was so cool. You could flood so many aircraft over people. Oh my god. Yeah, after Command and Conquer Generals, I got into StarCraft. Yeah. Well, actually, no, I got into Command and Conquer, and then I got into Total War, which is a bit of RTS, but also the map vibes. And I played Total War, Rome Total War, Medieval Total War. I even had those little expansion packs where you're playing as like the Teutonic Knights, or there was one that was like a Battle for Britain type vibes. That stuff owned. I think like last year, maybe 2 years ago, they came out with a Troy Total War, but I didn't like that one as much because they started using food as a resource. And they were a lot like, it was a lot more macro focused. So if you didn't like have enough infrastructure besides gold, I found like I was trading for food and gold and wood all the time. But if people didn't want to trade with you, you were just like fucked. Yeah. I think Stormstream Totem's boring as an Apex talent, yeah. Yep. So, healer damage does nothing, man. Yeah, healer damage is nothing. Heroes of Might and Magic? I did not. China Tank was fun, having an iron wall of armor plowing through bases. Yeah, that was sick. I always liked having, when I would play duos, I would like having a teammate that was China, because like, you would just have so much like volume. You have so much volume. Macro for feather, exclamation mark, feather. Yeah. Yeah, gotcha, big dog. Outlaw and survival? I have no idea. I could just guess one. You should play rogue, because, I don't know, I think rogue's neat. Here you go. Does that work? There we go. More of the same, Rye. Oh, true. The Toxic General and the Nuke Specialist. You played duos. The Nuke guy was OP because all you needed to survive was long enough so you could spam nukes all over the map and win. Yep. Dude, the nukes and the radiation lasted so long. You would just have a field irradiated for like 2 or 3 minutes, and you just couldn't cross that area. Yeah. Yeah. I like the new Ascendants. The double tap kind of effect out of Ascendants feels really good. Like you can see 2 targets taking a lot of healing.
Hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason. They took my life. Savaged our home.
Crazy stuff's going on. Have a little Rocky friend.
Seems to have called on the ghosts of
there we go.
We need that map from them.
Nerf every healer except for Druid. It's true. I don't know why. But somehow Druid doesn't have to stress. Oh my god, there's so many axe throwers. So many. Crazy how much more you have to focus with H-Pally versus Priest and Shaman. Yeah, I know. I'm like literally just talking to chat the entire time. Yep. Yeah, what can you do? I haven't played Totemic yet, but I don't know. I think Farseer's fine. You have just like really, really strong, chunky single target heals. You don't need to go in cat form and do any damage. Either damage doesn't matter. Keystone add-on is M+ timer. Nice. Dude, it's like every 5 minutes, Gothic. It's crazy. If you're looking for max damage, bear weaving is also a thing. Ugh. I don't think I've read anything worse today than bear weaving. No. Oh, and cat energy, you mangle and thrash. Sounds disgusting. If the cat weave is wild speaker for the healing? Nope. Not at all. Ka-chow. The UI is Dander's frames. Cell is not available yet. Hasn't been updated for midnight. Mind explaining? If you read the talents, there's no need to cat weave as Wildstalker. I think the Wowhead guides even say the exact same thing. It's just a common misconception because of how it's named. I don't really feel that much of a difference with playing Shaman, except for like Ascendance feeling different. I don't know, it's not that noticeable having tidal waves. I guess it is slightly, but not enough where I'm like, wow, this is like a big improvement. I think Ascendance is probably the biggest change. And that feels pretty good, but otherwise it's just kind of more of the same.
You won't be so lucky next time.
Yes, I'm gonna try Totemic. I've been saying I'm gonna try Totemic. Don't worry, I'm gonna try Totemic.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Insane headache right now behind my eye. Fuck. Give me a sec. Alright, much better. Much better. Soul Brider, thank you for the 91 months.
Do I have a deal for you? Keep it real.
Alright, let me see. He was running Undercurrent, not DRE. Tidal Waves, Earthen Accord. Did run Overflow. Pain Train, thank you for the new sub. I think I keep this stuff. I think I keep this stuff. No idea. We tried out Farseer, and now we're trying out Totemic. So I don't know what that is, Arlen. I do have blue light glasses, I'm just not wearing them right now. Void Weaver's really bad, Zoka. Void Weaver's really bad. Go look at the changes again. Tidal Waves, every Riptide cascades Tidal Waves, Lava Surge, Echo the Elements, PTC moved. I don't think I really care about Primal Tidal Core. I don't know what that is either, Arlen. I'm not sure what you're talking about, man. I got no clue. Yeah. Got a new computer, brand new monitor, went from 27 to 32 in curve. Your stream looks amazing, as is the game. It's such a difference. Hell yeah, dude. You got an OLED, right? Without playing Void Weaver? Yeah, Blizzard, that's probably the biggest downside, I think, because a lot of hero talents are like really poorly balanced at the moment. Yeah. Maybe. Pukli. I'm gonna try out Ascendance and just feel out how the new changes are going for it. I don't know, you run Healing Tide and then you get a Chain Heal cast automatically, but is there anything else? Ma Zara. Double DK. It's really good on like Voracious. It's so weird right now, Sup, because like World First can run any comp they want. I don't know about, I guess I'd have to look at the final boss, right? Because that would be the stuff that would matter a lot. But I don't think it ever hurts Progression Guild to have 2 DKs, you know? But like, man, you could just run whatever comp in World First teams. It's a little ridiculous. Yeah, Oracle Holy Priest kind of sucks. They nerfed Prayer of Mending. They nerfed Prayer of Mending, I don't know, like early December or something along those lines. And Oracle Holy Priest like never recovered from it. It was just like really poor since then. Yeah. As a druid, probably the best overall healer for the expansion. Yeah. Best healer in M+, second or third, depending on who you ask for raids. That's a lot of cheese. Some void droplets you can grip onto adds on Illyria. I don't know if it's 1 spawn or 10. When they die, they make the nearest target take more damage, so you're going to use them to kill 3-man adds faster. But if it's 1 to 2 spawn, you only need 1 DK to move them. Yeah. So, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to just get 2 just in case, though. Oh, he stacked it vertically. That's crazy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, Disc is like 2nd best in keys, and then like the best in raid.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I have used the shadows to see inside the cavern. I have seen my people dead.
Damage meters is just because it's beta. Beta just shows more information. Much better. Yeah, damage meters show more stuff because it's on beta. Am I insane? I thought I like just said that. Just checking. Just checking.
Another widow back.
Look very brain off to heal totemic. Yeah, I mean that's the spec, right?
He be the one bringing my people here.
I swear, I answer a question and then I get asked immediately after. I'm convinced. Questa, thank you for the 13 months. I try, Bean. Try. Woof. Oh, I remember I answered the Holy Oracle one. Overall thoughts and talents getting merged, abilities being removed. I think they kind of missed the point of the pruning with some classes. Shaman's kind of one of them. And it's probably the best example since I'm playing it right now. But it's basically like, the point of the pruning is to get rid of bloat. If you have too many abilities or too many interactions, then it waters down your abilities and makes them feel ineffective. But what they did with Shaman is they didn't particularly make a lot of abilities feel impactful. Or at least not the right abilities effective. They basically like got rid of some bloat and at the same time didn't make it good to be casting chain heal or like healing rain. It's like really, really strange what the motivation is then. And then they just put a lot of power into like passive healing sources. And so the biggest thing that I'm like opposed to, right, when it comes to healing is when I hit a button, I want to know, hey, I hit that button and that's what healed that person. But what happens a lot is you're just like, well, they were healed because I'm hitting like a healing rotation. And that's like the exact opposite of what I want to be dealing with. You know? So, yeah, they like got rid of bloat and then they added too much passive healing and then they nerfed some passive healing but not enough of the passive healing. And then they just kind of gave up on like policing the passive healing. It's like, what are we doing? Yeah, you know, they made multiple hero talents that were just passive healing. They're, I don't know, focus too much on making something new and not making it good. Yeah. And now there are like some good examples, right? But I still think overall the Apex talents are not something the healers want. And in Blizzard's constant interest to be adding like new powers for players, that works in other games like PoE, where you're just a DPS. You know, you can build a little tankier, but your whole goal is to just kill the monsters, right? That's fine. You can still just make more stuff that does damage in different ways. But when you're trying to do that for a healer, the more strength you give to the healer, the faster they top off the health bars. Faster they top off the health bars, the more encounter designers have to design the damage to be really spiky to keep on challenging you. It's like, you don't want more power, actually. After a certain point, you know. After a certain point, more power is bad. Yeah. The swap for Radiant's Penance Bolts? Yeah, that's a good one, Alark. Because basically, borrowed power or borrowed time was gating. Give me a sec. Borrowed time was gating smite talents, and even though Void Weaver's not good right now, they're gonna want the they're gonna want to not be gated there, basically. Because in order to like reach Greater Smite, you had to go through talents that encouraged you to shield on cooldown. And you don't even really want to shield on cooldown as Oracle, because it costs a lot of mana. Designing skill difficulty around people who play the game as a job is a bad idea. They are doing kind of the opposite of that. They're kind of doing the opposite of that, actually. Yeah. In fact, people are
Your survival
more worried about them taking away the interactions. What's up, Asher? Let's go, man. Fellowship Classic feeling these days. It's feeling pretty good. Best healer overall, Druid. For keys, Druid. For raids, Disc. Yeah. Having Void Blast damage buff and the pet might help. Yeah, they gotta work on the pet too, Alark. I don't know, that doesn't even have a home. I'm not 100% on double disc. I'm not 100% on it. Come on, DH. Well, basically, if you want to run like double ramp healers, you need to have, you know, the right damage patterns to allow it. I am still online, John. It's crazy. Zach, thank you for the prime, bro. I can heal one of you. I can't heal both of you. Oh, they even highlighted it. That's kind of sick. It's a good change. I'm probably gonna go into the expansion. Priest, maybe Pally, maybe Druid. I mean, I'll level everything, of course. Like, the plan is basically, like, level everything, you know, do a weekly key on everything. Oh, like world first comp? Probably like Disc, Druid. I think still Paladin. Disc, Druid, still Pally, and then we'll see about the fourth. The fourth is always the hardest because I think it also relates a lot to like what's good for DPS for a world first team. So. Yeah, I gotta look at that Prez guy's logs, Clairvoyance, because I don't know if he was like hard embellish maxing, because that will produce a ton of extra stats and secondaries and things like that, or if he was just him. I like saw the log, but I didn't like really dig into it or anything like that. Yep. I think they just had more embellishes than you were meant to have. I don't think embellishes on their own are really that powerful. I think you just had like embellishes in like every slot or something crazy. But yeah, I haven't even messed around with crafting. So. You know, I haven't cast any chain heals during Ascendance yet, but I am running Ascendance, yeah. I miss the Dark Moon decks, man. I mean, my totems are cast the chain heals. I'm not casting the chain heals.
It'd be worse than we thought. How many of my people have died here?
Oh, the Cyclotronic Blast, that one owned. It was actually buffed by Schism. So Disc could have like a 20 or 25% buff or something crazy like that on their Mechagon trinket. And then we used that in phase 1 of Ashara because there was some kind of ads or prio ads you needed to kill before it went into that dance phase. And it was insanely helpful if you could just have some healer damage. Yo, what up, Lava Thang? How you been, dude? That's right, they were the ads that try to get to the middle. Yep. Quite a lot of new players and some leveling dungeons. Oh yeah. I think there's gonna be a lot of people that come into WoW with this expansion. There's a lot of like Doomerang and stuff going on. Especially along like veteran players, but Blizzard's making some like really big moves to like welcome new players into the game. I think that the player base is going to be kind of surprised. Because if you looked at the announcement today, a lot of people probably glossed over the training grounds thing. But it looked like a lot of effort to create something like that, to like teach people how to PvP. And the main reason for them spending the time and effort to just make a mini PvP game mode has got to be because they realize that players are coming into the game, trying it, playing it for a couple weeks and being like, wow, this is too complicated, I'm gonna leave. And then they're like, well, if we make it less complicated and we also make an on-ramp for people to learn how to play the game, they'll probably stick around. PvP main for a very long time and finally seen the light will go to PvE. Oh, thank goodness. Another soul saved. Welcome in, Mayo. Welcome home. PvP can't hurt you anymore. BFA Island AI. There you go. The stuff from today wasn't for us. It was entirely to draw new blood. Yep, which is very important. Which is very, very important. So if you see new players, and if you're addicted to them, fuck you. Because that's going to be... We kind of need to have new players if this game's going to stay alive. And if people are addicted to new players, it's going to spell the end for the game, you know? Yeah, EU people were like lagging balls, Snork. Yeah, at least you're an equal opportunity. Pecker, John. Yeah. Game is too much old blood, need new blood. For the old, keep it going. Yeah, like Brian Johnson. Yeah. It's a deep cut. All the new players to play WoW Sims, but that's gonna be the thing that like keeps them around, yeah. Which is what you want, you know. It's what you want. So I said it earlier, like the whole big thing that made WoW so successful early on was because it was like the social media of its time. Back in the day when you had IRC channels, AIM, and not a whole lot else. It was like, oh, you could just hop on a guild chat and just talk to people. Like, WoW was like both good, or sorry, Discord was both like good and bad for WoW. So, yep, we'll have all kinds of guides, Rager. Just waiting until we're at a point where all the changes are final before I make guides. Ventrilo. I do not miss Ventrilo at all. I was playing Holy Pally a bunch today, Sushi. Yeah. I don't know what they're gonna do about it. I don't think it's like 9/11 for Paladins, but I don't think it's good. So, but as usual, you know, people are like spazzing out. Priest tier 3? I do. But I didn't get it, you know, the old school way. I got it off the black market auction house. It took me like 4 years to get tier 3. Something ridiculous like that. I wish there was gonna be like mannequins in our player housing. Because then I could just put tier 3 on. What's my mythic timer add-on? It's called M. Like literally the letter M. M plus timer. Yeah. They hinted at that? Oh, let's go. You want training dummies for housing? Why? To keep the other dummy company? You can do with mannequins? You know, oh, you know where you can do that with mannequins? Final Fantasy 14? No, yeah, you can. I saw it. I saw it. I seen it. Why are they coming right at me? That hurts. What is happening?
You cannot stand against a vile branch.
Okay. So the objective is to run them in together.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Can we be in the middle of the room? Can we be in mid so the frontal doesn't wreck us?
Our plan is moving forward. The soul harvest cannot be stopped.
I wasn't even worried about the healing rain. They just like ran away from each other, didn't connect it, and then the intermission started and we took even more damage. And I was like, ugh. Pain. Pain. But yeah, like seeing somebody run away, I just like, oh my god. you just know there's gonna be stupid amounts of damage following up. Oh, Warrior tier 3 is insane. Yep. That one's insane as well. Healers are my best at. Disc. Disc, Holy are probably my most practiced. I mean, I've been playing so many of the healers for such a long time that like I kind of just fall in and out of like being more or less practiced with some of them, you know? This stuff changes. Stuff changes. Crazy things are happening right now. Fuck it. Oh my god, I'm about to lose it. We're rolling stacks. Bro, I know, like, Shaman's doing good healing. This is a lot of healing. And we're just, like, making shit hard. Making shit real hard. And invading melee with terrorist activities. Oh my god. Yeah, alright, well, whatever. Whatever the reason, we successfully killed the boss, and I'm really glad I bloodlusted. Yeah. Alrighty. This is the WoW meters. Jabberwockies, thank you for the new sub, dude. They just have more updates for the damage meters for Blizzard stuff in beta. Watched you for 10 years, and all I've heard you say is you want healing to be hard. Now people make it hard and you're upset. You know what? That's such a DPS player thing to say, John. Such a damage dealing player thing to say. You're talking like one of them. I'm just trying to both out right now, Sushi. Face roller thing to say. Yeah, get him. I was healing before you were playing the game. This is where I would cue that like now clip where he's playing classic and smashing his face into his keyboard and hitting frost bolts. Here's what I recommend going to midnight: priest and druid. Those are the ones that I would recommend. Crazy damage things are happening. No, I don't think Holy Pally is shot. It's just like more work. It's just like more work. I'm kind of a bigger fan of like a caster setup still, even after those changes. I tried Ellesmere's build where you like spam Light of Dawns to like build up shields. And it was like super high APM. And it also felt like it discouraged you to use things like Holy Light and like you still had those blind spots. It felt like it was a good spec if you were ahead on healing, but then I felt like I was running more behind on healing and I needed something else to help me like dig out of those holes. Yeah. Resto Druid ramp? It's going, Gray.
Be careful. These seem powerful and unstable.
I'm doing 150k? This guy is the GOAT. PvP? Nah. Heck PvP. I use sexy maps for the little square map. Let's do vocal PvP with the own party. There you go. Prez is like pretty good in raids, kind of mediocre in keys. Yeah, I like these new dungeons a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I would say Shaman's boring but strong. That's how I feel about it, at least. I'm running Healing Rain and Chain Heal as Totemic, yeah. Close. GG's.
We with a bark all be sleeping a little safer. For now. We will always be looking over our shoulder at the divine branch. Come back with me. The chief be having
How to make Shaman more interesting? I would paint some flames upon it. Yeah. And give it a really sick fender. Get cool as fuck. Speed holes, yeah, there you go. I would actually just make actual talents that are interesting. I mean, there's so many talents I look at with the shaman tree, and I'm just like, why are they here? Undercurrent, your Riptide, for every Riptide you have, all of your heals are more effective. Wave Speaker's Blessing increases your Riptide duration, and it's healing over time by 10%. Well, healing over time for it's really bad. And I already have an 18-second hot. Do I really want to have it go, fucking do math, 24 seconds? Like, I guess. I don't know. Improve Earth Living, where your Earth Living always triggers from Healing Wave. Like, okay, whatever. You know, just passive buffs, passive buffs, passive buffs all the way down. And they don't need to make every single talent like Cowabunga, right? But like something, man. I don't know if they could probably have like some kind of revamped version of like High Tide, so it doesn't have to be based on like mana consumption in a buff you have to track, but maybe it could just be some kind of cooldown that you're tracking over time, like a passive cooldown you're tracking over time that recharges. I see the foam. I'm in my zone. There you go. But I mean, large picture, like some kind of reason to use Chain Heal as Farseer would be great. I don't know. It'd be kind of sick to have some other interactions around Downpour. Downpour feels very, very powerful if everyone's in your totem. But then when people are not in your totem, it feels really rough. Like, I kept seeing people be like, in my totem, full HP, or outside of my totem, super low. And there's like no variation out of it. I don't know, maybe a totem that gives you another totem or something like that, that like spawns near somebody else or follows them around. Some kind of like small effect there. I don't know, just like experiment with shit, you know? But like Tidal Waves coming back is like fine, but it doesn't really add anything. You know, you're cast a little bit faster. You're already hitting a lot of Riptides anyway. You already have a lot of Riptide generation anyway, you know? It's weird. It's really weird. I would not say Holy Pali's better with the changes. They basically were like, hey, we realize you have a low cooldown on these abilities. But what if we made the cooldown of those abilities like Shock and Judgment higher, and then you had to hit a button to lower their cooldowns? Don't you think that's really interactive? And like, it is interactive, but you just like made other shit harder. Like, okay, great. Yeah, like Shaman Mastery's been kind of an abomination for a long time, especially when they keep on adding more power to specs. And so the more they add power to specs, then the quicker you push up health bars. The quicker you push up health bars, the less people are sitting at low HP, you know. Womp womp. Yeah, it's still a cooldown nerf for Judgment and Shock, which is mainly a nerf for Judgment more than anything else. So, if anything, I'd say Pally just needs some kind of like healing buff. I would prefer it to be put into the spenders personally. I still feel like Light of Dawn doesn't really do anything in dungeons. Yeah. Made this priest first time healing ever was my biggest tip. Here's my biggest tip. Just make sure you get used to like applying atonement to to your allies and like tracking it on your frames, using penance on cooldown, something like that. It's massive. That's what I was saying earlier, dude. Who makes bananas this big? It's crazy. This thing is like bigger than my hand, and I have big hands. Definitely was made in a lab. Definitely was made in a lab. Is it way more than average? Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of concerned about what I'm eating, you know? How do I feel about Totemic and Farseer? Yeah. It's like if everyone would just sit in my healing rain. It's like if everyone would just sit in my healing rain, I feel like Totemic would carry, because healing rain does so much output. And then just like I see people standing out. I was also running with triple range comp, so that definitely doesn't help. Oh, but I'm like, man, if people would just stack in my healing rain, they would live. Kind of doesn't work that way. Where's my downpours at? I guess it's under healing rain. I guess. Get about it. I could cover the whole area. I know. But the thing is, I'm even like repositioning. I wish I could show you my casts or like a log. I hit Totemic Projection, I don't know, dozens of times in that run to like reposition around people who are standing, and they just keep moving. Like, I don't know how Vengeance or how to Devourer works. I have no idea. Right? I have no idea how the new Devourer works. But why do they have to move so much? I don't get it. I like put it where he went and he moves again. Just like stop. They gotta pick up souls. You don't need those. Just stand in my healing rain. Ugh. Some DPS feel like they do more damage if they constantly move too. Well, I mean, in this case, they do. In this case, they're actually right, but as a healer, I'm just like, just stand here. Yeah. They're just hunting them down. In this one case, they're right. Yeah. I figured it was something like that. Yep. I mean, it did crank on Vordaza. We were doing 134k there. And that fight was really stressful. I'm like, man, if everyone would just stack on this fight, it would be fine. A Wiggly DPS on Sludgefest? Dude, that was me and Kilosh, dude. I was paired up with Kilosh when he was playing Mage on Sludgefest, and he just wouldn't sit the fuck still. He was playing Mage, too. I will never forget that. I love Kilosh. But those days, oh, I still think about him sometimes. I still think about him sometimes, man. Those are the fucking days, man. I had so much fun. I had so much fun raiding Imperative. Despite all the crazy shit that went down, despite how the guild basically blew up after Sepulchre. So many good memories. Yep. You and Hunter, bounce, bounce, bounce. I feel like our Hunters were really goated. Who do we have? He went to go raid, I think, in Instant Dollars, I think. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm gonna remember it after stream today. I think he left after Nathria, but he was awesome. You know? Too many people. It's like a 5 or 6 letter word, too. And a rogue that shadow stepped. Oh, that's fun. Didn't they live? They like proc cheat and they would just like sit there and live. Yeah. Am I raiding midnight? Yeah. I'm raiding an incarnate. I have actually not answered that question today. Yep. Still raiding an incarnate. We finished world 30-ish, something like that. I think we're like 34 or 35th world. Yeah. But probably playing disc. I'll play whatever pre-spec is like the best for the team. I played Holy in Manaforge Omega, and that was the best of my options. I had my two options, but that was still pretty rough. Yeah. Part of me definitely wants to gear up Prez just so like if disc and Holy were really weak, I could just be gaming on Prez. Yeah. How much do you need to pay me to grip Sunny to his death in raid this week? Well, it's tough, man. I'm gonna have to have a high price, Bubs, because like Nexus King is like a 3-minute fight, and Dimmy is like a, I don't know, 4-minute fight or something like that, 5-minute fight maybe. It's tough. Every phase is just quick. Plus, Sunny's an officer now. We finally gained the right to vote on Loot Council as healers. Yep. You were in my Dimmy on Sunday and someone murdered him. It was hilarious. Oh, that was somebody else's group. Maintain rating and guild that competitive and cast world first. Your time that week was crammed. Yeah, so I usually like wake up, do the morning show with Aya. I would like wake up, do the morning show with Aya at like 6 a.m. or so. I think the morning show would start around 7 a.m. or maybe 8. And that would be about an hour of like meetings, prep, and actually doing the show. And so around 9, we would eat. Around usually like 9:15 or something like that, the Raiders would start playing. Something like that. It might have been like starting at 10 or something. And then I would usually do 2 3-hour shifts that day. So I'd cast for like 6 hours, do an hour-ish of morning show and meetings. And then once all that's done, I would raid. In the middle of raid, I'd go get dinner and then eat it while I raided. And then the second raid was over, I'd kind of have an hour to maybe do a key or to just talk to people around race. And then I'd go to bed and start all over again. Here's the overall for the dungeon. Yeah. It's busy times. It's busy times. It's fun, you know. That's the thing I would want to do the most. And I've missed a raid here and there because I had to cast and everything, and the guild understands. But I like being done with raid pretty quick, and I like the environment in Incarnate. There's not really another environment I want to raid in or guild I want to raid in, you know? So, yeah, the guild's pretty understanding. I'm usually like a little behind on gear in the first week, and then I catch up the next week. So, hopefully cast next race. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, thankfully we have a normal and heroic week before Mythic this time. So I'll actually have time to be able to get some kind of gear, you know? Until they grenade like Cal's guild. I wish Cal would have joined my guild. But now he's going to be raiding like even later at night. Yeah. So I think if I have our hours correctly, I'm going to be like done with raid, and then he's going to be around like starting his raid. Which like, I don't know. I started hitting like late 20s, and I was like, I don't want to be up until like 2 in the morning or 4 in the morning anymore. I could not do it. It's a conspiracy to make you host him? Well, good. I want to host him. Honey sriracha chicken and rice broccolini bowl. Whew. I think I'm going to make... Shit, I don't even know what I'm going to make. I might just do some chicken and rice or something like that. I didn't even realize it's literally like 7 o'clock. Yep. Alright, I gotta get some freaking food in me. Otherwise I'm gonna go insane. But then I gotta re-record that paladin thing for our tier list as well. So, lots to do. But we'll have more videos and everything like that out soon. We have a new one if you haven't checked it out yet. It's linked in chat. I know. Lots to do. Lots to do. It's busy season, you know? It's the busy season. Nah, heck LBY. That I never worked on launch. Exclamation mark UI, or I'll just put it in chat. Has all my stuff though. All right, but I'll be back tomorrow. Back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. We will get on game, all right? Take it easy, guys. Thanks for all the love. Say what's up to Aya.